They both were short or what? But what happened, Dux? "24 things Donald Trump promises to do." Let's see. Lol. And inflation and make America affordable again. That's a good thing. No tax on tips. I do agree. Any other country makes us pay. Right back. Hmm. Ah, okay. No. What's the current status quo is to say that states have the right to restrict emotion if they choose. Hmm. Huh? Um, Um,
No matter how new.
They're absolutely real. Was asked to investigate UFO.
All right, guys, it's time.
These videos here. No question.
And there's more videos like this you've been exposed to.
What the fuck is this?
You'd be worried about this.
Luis Elizondo is an intelligence officer, former head of the Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, where he led efforts to investigate UFO sightings and unidentified aerial phenomena.
Dude, who is this guy?
Counted on U.S. airspace by an unknown technology that frankly could outperform anything that we had in our inventory. There's a big national security because there's potential for these things to be interfering with our nuclear activities.
There's evidence to suggest that they turned on the nuclear facilities in Russia.
Yeah.
Has there ever been anyone sent to jail because they've spoken about this?
Worse, my life has been many times taking huge risks. I think we deserve. So,
If you say aliens, do you believe any of those reports?
I can tell you that we definitely have people that are calling the U.S. government medical disabilities because they were involved.
And then one of the rumors is that at Area 51 they found UFO materials.
I cannot comment. Like you say, that the government is in possession of material that doesn't look like it's made by us.
Do you have any theories as to why they might be visiting here?
Well, where do I start?
You eventually resigned. Why?
I resigned in protest.
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of me that listen haven't yet subscribed to this show. So could I ask you for a favor? If you like the show, want to support it, a free, simple way that you can hitting the subscribe button. My commitment to you is if you do that, I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better every single. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want, and we'll continue to do it. Thank you so much. Lou,
Steve,
who are you?
wow, depends who you ask. I think to some people I'm probably a patriot. To other people, I'm a father and a husband, and to other probably the devil.
What's your professional CV? What does your professional resume say?
Went to college, went to the University of Miami, studied immunology. I consider myself a disciple. And joined the Army, States Army. Need to go in because, but words of my always run in the back. In order to be leader, you know, and so I joined the Army as a lived here. Very shortly thereafter, program. America. And the rest of my time after my primarily dealing with terrorism. And then for probably several years of that, missed too many birthdays, holidays. He said you really importantly not come. I listened to my wife and came back to it in investigation as well. From there, I went several other NCI. And in 2000, shortly thereafter, be part of a very interesting program. What my CV is, I'm probably jack of all trades, but an expert in nothing.
I'm an expert in nothing. Yeah, and that's why I'm talking about UFOs. Ah, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh wait, I don't have that.
In 2008, 2009, you were back to the Pentagon to work on a particular project. What project was that?
Well, it wasn't the one that wound up being the project. So, in 2008, they asked me to run a program to help integrate national level intelligence with law enforcement, local and state law enforcement agencies. Now, why is that important? Because, and then it kind of leads to the next thing. After 9/11, people think here 9/11 was caused by unfortunately some terrorists doing some bad things. That was an effect. That wasn't the cause. The actual cause was us here in the United States not being able to share information with ourselves very well. We had pockets of information at the CIA, pockets of information at the FBI, pockets of information at the Department of Defense, but we weren't sharing it with each other. And thereby, there was an information gap, an intelligence gap, and the folks in 9/11 were able to do what they did, unfortunately. So we learned that lesson by trying to create better integration. So how do you take super secret information and get it down to a level that can be consumed and usable without compromising sources and methods? So that was the problem I was asked to come back and fix. It was shortly thereafter is when I was visited by some individuals and had some conversations with some other individuals about a program that I had no idea was ongoing, but it was. And it was a program involving the investigation, the government's investigation into UAP, or in the vernacular, you might call them UFOs.
Who approached you?
So there were two individuals. One of them I can talk about. The other one is identity is protected. It's a gentleman named Jay Stratton, who at the time was another intelligence official like me, and another one of his colleagues. And they came to me and they started asking me questions. They had a blue badge, so I knew that they were cleared. They had the same security clearance I had. We all worked in SCIFs. And it's not uncommon when you need expertise in a particular portfolio or mission that you outsource. You find the right people to do this right job. And so I was told they were looking for somebody to run counterintelligence and security for this capability that they had. They didn't tell me what the capability was. And I was a counterintelligence and security guy. I was an expert in it. So after several conversations, a bit of a dance, if you will, kind of like trying to figure each other out, they arranged for me to have a meeting with a individual, and I met what I would consider is the premier rocket scientist for the United States government. Now, when I say rocket scientist, I mean literally a rocket scientist. This is a gentleman who can tell you the fuel consumption rate of a first stage solid rocket motor booster. He can tell you the orbital velocity of a MIRV vehicle, multiple reentry vehicle coming in from low Earth orbit. I mean, the best of the best of the best. He was running a program, and I still didn't know what the program was, but he said, look, we've been doing it, we've been given a lot of money to do it right, and we're looking for somebody with your skill sets. And his name was Dr. James Lakatsky, and the epitome of a rocket scientist. And at the end of the conversation, I remember him looking at me over his glasses, and he said to me, what do you think about UFOs? And so I thought for a moment, and I said to him, I'm sorry, I don't. And he said, well, what do you mean? You don't believe in UFOs? I said, no, I didn't say that. You asked me, what do I think of them? And my response was, I don't, because I don't think about them. I'm too busy chasing bad guys and trying to fix problems for the government. I never really had the luxury to think about them. And he said to me, okay, that's fair enough, but let me just warn you, don't let your analytic bias get the best of you, because you may learn things here that will challenge any preconceived notion or narrative that you have about the topic. And so I left that meeting thinking to myself, is this some sort of psychological evaluation? Was that a serious question? And it was very soon thereafter that I learned the reality that the United States government was absolutely invested in a UFO investigative program. And more importantly, that it was legitimate. It was real. There were real things that we were encountering over controlled U.S. airspace, over sensitive military installations, by an unknown technology that frankly could outperform anything that we had in our inventory. So that was my introduction to now what is known as ATIP. My focus was specifically more on the nuts and bolts investigations of these UAP incursions into controlled U.S. airspace, encounters by military aircraft of these things. We weren't really focused on civilian information, right? It wasn't like a grandma seeing some lights in the backyard. These were, well, to lack of a better term, close encounters by trained military pilots, trained observers, by the way, who could recognize a silhouette between an Su-22, a MiG-25, and an F-16 from 10 miles away and make a split-second decision if it's a friend or foe. And what these pilots were encountering were also being backed up by gun camera footage and FLIR footage, forward-looking infrared footage. And oh, by the way, that was being further backed up by radar data, airborne radar data, and also ground-based radar data and sea-based radar data.
How do you go from the project you were working on into ATIP? Because that was the first sort of meeting, right? That was like an introductory conversation.
So there were several meetings before that,
right,
where they were trying to vet me, see if I had, I guess, the right background and skill sets. It wasn't until that meeting with Jim Lukatsky that the word UFO was used. And how did I go about that? He's the one who made the decision. It was his program. I had nothing to do with it. I just, said, yeah, I'll do it. I didn't even know what I was signing up for until after my meeting with him.
So did he say to you, okay, well, we'd like you to work on this program, this ATIP program. The acronym there stands for Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program.
Correct.
And eventually you became the director of that program.
Yeah, so there was a natural evolution of it. Initially, they were brought in to provide counterintelligence and security expertise. But as that program OSAP faded away, the necessity and urgency of some of these incursions was getting to a desperate crescendo. It was getting there was a lot of these incursions happening. There was a big national security issue that we were all recognizing. And there were some elements in the government that were trying to kill the effort. And not for reasons you might think, believe it or not. It was completely different. And so the decision was made to bring it up to the Pentagon, up to where I was, take it out of DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. And with the authorities I had, I was the Director of National Program Special Management Staff. And so that was my job. I ran special access programs for the White House and for the National Security Council. And we put the program under that, keeping it out of the prying eyes of some of the folks that previously were trying to kill the program.
So this program, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, was really focused on investigating reports and incidents of UAPs or UFOs in military environments. So if there was a UFO/UAP in a military base, then this project would investigate what that was. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct. So it was only military focused. It wasn't interested in civilian data. By the time we were running it at the Pentagon, it was really looking at, for example, nuclear carrier strike groups that were encountering these things all the time. It would be, for example, an Air Force base or a Navy base, or there was a special operations unit on a particular patrol. And if they happened to encounter a UAP, those type of reports. And I also want to emphasize here, we weren't looking for UFOs. We were always coming into a situation with the understanding that there's some sort of prosaic answer to what this is, right? It actually wasn't a UFO. It was a drone, a test fire of a missile. It was a drone. It was a balloon. It was whatever. Because there are certain signatures and profiles that you can look very quickly and determine, oh, that's just conventional technology. But there was a guideline that we use that helped us understand when something really was anomalous. When we're talking about, it's not our technology, and whatever that is, it's probably not adversarial or foreign technology. So now we're getting into the real world of UAP. That's anomalous.
What's a UAP?
Unidentified anomalous phenomenon. So let me backtrack a little bit. For years and years and years, the term UFO, unidentified flying object, was used. There were several reasons, but later on the term was changed to UAP, and it stood for unidentified aerial phenomenon. And that's probably in the last year and a half, you're starting to see yet another definition of UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomenon. And there's a reason for that. I'm happy to explain if you want, but the decision was made to change from UFO to UAP.
I read that it was because a lot of the sort of military personnel stopped reporting their sightings because there was a stigma associated with the term UFO.
Correct. So it's two reasons. There is stigma and taboo associated with the term because the moment you say UFO, people think tinfoil hats and
They think you're crazy.
yeah, Elvis on the mothership and nonsense like that. But the reality is that this was a real issue, a national security issue for our nation and other nations too, by the way. But also the term UFO isn't really accurate anymore. So what do I mean by that? Well, unidentified flying object. What is flying? Well, flying means you have four fundamental forces. You have thrust, lift, drag, and weight. And when you understand that, you can create wings and create lift. And that is the definition of flying, right? These things didn't have wings. They didn't have rudders, elevators, control surfaces, ailerons, cockpits, and yet somehow they were able to remain aloft in our atmosphere. So they weren't flying technically. So the name was changed to unidentified aerial phenomena because they were being seen in the air. But then they realized, you know what? They're also being seen underwater. They're also being seen in high altitude and possibly low Earth orbit. So to say that they're aerial isn't even accurate either. So then they said, okay, it's unidentified anomalous phenomenon to cover all the separate domains or environments that these things are being encountered in.
Before you had the meeting regarding this project at the Pentagon, what did you believe about UAPs and /UFOs?
I didn't. I was never interested even in science fiction as a kid.
Did you believe they were, if I'd asked you that, if I'd come up to you and said, are UFOs real? And I say UFOs because that's the sort of
Sure.
social term, but what would you have said?
Probably not. I would have said literally probably not. I wouldn't say for sure not because I didn't know.
What about now?
Oh, man, kidding me? I mean, yeah, these are real. I mean, don't take my word for it. Our government's already said it. I mean, you have a former director of national intelligence telling the world, yeah, these things are real, whatever they are. You have a former director of CIA. You have a former president of the United States. And we've known for a long time they're real. And by the way, it's not just our country. There's other countries that are very forthcoming. There's countries in South America that have been dealing with this for a long time. Japan just entered into a bilateral information sharing agreement with our country for the express purposes of sharing UAP information and data. China's interested. Russia's interested in this. Several European countries have a fairly robust capability and have a lot of information on this.
Was there a moment when your belief changed? Was there a moment that you can remember where you thought, you know what? What I thought about UAPs was wrong?
Sure. And what I often tell people, there's two types of individuals, the way that we process this information. In one category, you have people that will sit there and say, I had this epiphany, this revelatory moment where all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, they're real, right? Are you kidding me? And then there's another group of people, which I probably fall into that second category, the latter category, which is more of a slow progression and realization of what we're dealing with is not a conventional technology. It's not our technology. It's something else. At some point, the preponderance of evidence is so overwhelming. Let me give you an example. I spent my life in investigations, terrorists, spies, whatever. And I've always been what I consider just the facts, ma'am, kind of guy, very, very data-driven. I don't really care about innuendos and suppositions and your opinion very much. I care about what the data says. Right? What does the data suggest? And in this case, this particular case, you have eyewitness testimony. You have it backed up by gun camera footage. You have it backed up by FLIR footage. You have it backed up by radar information. You've got 5, 6, sometimes 7 pieces of corroborating sensor data. That's all reporting the same event at the same time, at the same place, under the same circumstances. Now, if I was in a court of law and I was presenting this as evidence, we are well beyond reasonable doubt. The jury would have no choice but to convict because the evidence is so. The same collection sensor suite that we use to prosecute and win a war, and forgive the vernacular, but literally drop warheads on foreheads, is the same information, the same systems we're using to collect the data on the anomalous vehicles we're seeing. And so, I know it's a very uncomfortable conversation to have. I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is that we have to deal with this. And it's not me just telling you that. This is our government. We know it. We have laws now on the books because this topic is now so serious. We have whistleblowers ready to come out and testify before the American people because this is so serious. We have set up an organization, specifically its sole purpose is to investigate UAP because this topic is so serious. So this is not a, flight of fancy here. We're investing millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to try to figure this out. And interestingly enough, I think when the investigative body first was realized, was created, there was this hope that in the first report they said, oh, there's 143 incidents that remain unidentified, but we're going to whittle them away. What happened the next time they had a report? There was now 300. And what happened after that? Now 800. The number's going up, not down, that remain unresolved. And so, we've got to have this uncomfortable conversation with ourselves.
You eventually left.
I did.
That project, but also more broadly, you resigned from working with the Pentagon in the role that you were working with them. Why did you resign?
I resigned because that's what you do when you can't fix a problem internally. My concern was that we were spending time and money on an issue that leadership didn't want to know about. That leadership didn't want to inform the boss, the then Secretary of Defense, General Jim Mattis, the details about what was going on. And there's reasons for that, and we can certainly get into that if you want. I understand them. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I understand them. But at least here in our country, when you can't fix a problem, you don't stay and make it worse. You leave. You resign. And then if you still want to do something, you do it from outside, but you don't create problems inside. And it's not that uncommon, is it? Because if you look just a year later after I left, Secretary of Defense himself resigned, right? So I resigned in protest, but not out of disloyalty. I resigned because of my loyalty to this country and to this government. And
what is that protest? Sorry, just to be clear.
The protest is that we weren't able to get the information and the help we needed with this issue up to the right level of people. They were happy with us doing it, but they said, don't tell the boss. Well, wait a minute. The boss needs to know. We're having almost a mid-air collision with our fighter pilots. We have captains and admirals of Navy ships asking us, what do we do about these things? Like, there's an email that said, hey, Lou, we can't keep these guys below deck forever. What do you want me to do? They're all over the ship. So a decision has to be made. What are we going to do about it? And that decision has to be made by the top guy, the Secretary of Defense. And for whatever reason, the upper echelons of leadership didn't want to tell the boss. And we weren't getting it on guidance on what to do about it. Now, keep in mind, these things are coming over our sensitive military installations as well. And there's potential for these things to be interfering with our nuclear equities. That's a big deal. And nobody wants to have the conversation. Now, wait a minute. Let's put this on the backdrop of other national security issues, right? Like terrorism. If you go to any airport in the United States today or any train station, you always hear over the announcements, if you see something suspicious, say something, report it. Well, that wasn't the case with these things. In fact, people were told not to report. Yes, if you saw a UFO and you saw it over a sensitive military installation, don't report it because they'll think you're crazy. And that is dangerous. That is a dangerous mindset, because if these things had a Russian star on the tail or a North Korean tail number, this would be huge. But because these things didn't have a tail at all and didn't have any obvious signs of propulsion or whatnot, it was crickets. People would know about it. It was a worst kept secret. People were like, yeah, we see them all the time, but we don't want to report it. Well, you have to report it. Well, there's no reporting mechanism. Okay, well, let's create one. Well, we can't create one because we need permission to do it, and this person needs to be briefed up. Meanwhile, you're being told, no, you can't.
Why wouldn't they want to report this information? Why wouldn't they want the public to know? Why wouldn't they want the boss to know?
Well, I think because of stigma and taboo. Well, there's several reasons, but I think superficially stigma and taboo. No one wants to be known as that UFO guy or gal. I get it, especially if you're a pilot, because historically you'd be taken off flight status. You'd put behind a desk and you'd fly a desk the rest of your career because people think you're mentally unstable. Could affect your security clearance. I mean, there's all sorts of things that can happen. And so people were being reinforced not to report this information. Even civilian pilots today, if you talk to them, they'll tell you quietly, yeah, we see things in the sky, but we're not going to report anything because I need a job,
What did you see?
Oh my, what day? I mean, videos, reports, photographs. I mean, there's videos that are so compelling in high definition that there's no question what you're seeing. It's not our technology. It's not our technology. And the capabilities are beyond anything we can do. I mean, I'm happy to explain some of those capabilities if you like, but you know, when you look at this from a rational perspective, you only come to one outcome. But it's only one it can be. The other one is so remotely possible that the mental gymnastics to get to that, and we can go into that in a minute, it's absurd. And so let's go into a little bit about what makes these things unique. Okay, because planes fly and you appear in the air, so that doesn't make them unique, and you know things go fast and whatnot. So you have to, in intelligence, if you want to filter out data and only focus on certain data, you have to create parameters. So we realized early on in the government that these things had 5 parameters, 5 observables that made them stand out away from everything else. And so the first one was instantaneous acceleration. So what is acceleration? It is the change of velocity, right? It is the ability to change your velocity very quickly. And as a result, as a consequence, there are inertial forces that are experienced. So for us human beings, we express those inertial forces as G forces. So the force of gravity is pulling on us equally at 9.8 meters per second, and that's experienced as 1G. A human being can withstand up to 9 Gs for a very short period of time before you start having medical consequences, right? You have things like blackouts and redouts and ultimately death. To compare that to, let's say, standard technology, one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned maneuverable aircraft, let me emphasize manned, is an older aircraft. It's called the General Dynamics F-16, built by General Dynamics. It's the F-16. And that, at an unclassified level, can pull about 17 Gs before you start having structural failure, meaning wings snap off, right? The plane begins to disintegrate while you're flying it. What we are seeing are objects that are performing in excesses of 2,000 and 3,000 G-forces, okay? Well beyond the healthy limitations of anything biological to withstand, and certainly from a materials
Whoa.
science perspective, more than we have.
The fuck?
There's an advanced technology here. The second observable is hypersonic velocity. So what is hypersonic? Hypersonics are those speeds in excess of Mach 5 or above. What's a Mach? It's the speed of sound, roughly 760 some miles an hour at sea level. So really fast. Now, do we have technology that can do hypersonic? Sure we do. Absolutely. We have one of the best examples is a Lockheed YF-12A SR-71, otherwise known as a Blackbird. It can get to about Mach 5, which is really fast. But at that speed, if the SR-71 wants to take a right-hand turn, it takes roughly half the state of Ohio to execute that maneuver. We are seeing things not doing Mach 5. We are seeing things doing in excess of 10,000, 13,000 miles an hour and executing immediate right-hand turns and even 180s, right? So that is another observable that is significantly above and beyond anything we have. Another observable, it's a bit of an oxymoron, but it's called low observability, meaning you'll hear from the pilots, Lou, I was there, I saw it, but I can't describe it. It didn't have wings, didn't have rudder, a tail, anything, no rivets, nothing. And then also on the radar, you will get these nonsensical returns. These returns like there's some sort of active jamming or spoofing going on within the radar system. So low observability. Now, do we have low observable vehicles? Sure. For example, the B-2 bomber and the Valkyrie, these are stealth vehicles. Well, this is a little more than that because it's actually also, with the human eye, very hard to discern. The fourth observable is something called transmedium or multi-medium travel. So that means the ability to operate in multiple domains, or more specifically, multiple environments. Now, once again, do we have multi-domain vehicles? Absolutely. A seaplane is a perfect example of a multi-medium vehicle. It can fly and it can float. But let's face it, a seaplane is neither a really good airplane or a good boat. And why? Because there are design compromises that have to be made in performance and design in order for it to operate in multiple domains. And that's true with just about every technology we have. The more domains we want something to operate in, the more sacrifices we have to make. That's why a submarine looks like a submarine, because it's designed to be underwater, and a plane looks like a plane, and a rocket looks like a rocket. These things can operate in multiple different domains. They can operate in air, underwater, and possibly even space, but they don't have that performance and design sacrifice that we have to do with our technology.
So is it like when you get this job, do you get to see like a folder on a computer? Right? Like, I'm trying to understand what access you're given to these
Everything.
things.
I mean, you
And what
are
does that
you're
practically look
seeing
like?
the investigations that were done previously by other members of UAP. You're seeing video. You're seeing photographs. You're seeing the historical reports.
And are these classified?
Oh, absolutely, very.
Okay, so the general public can't see these kinds of things,
No,
and they haven't been published.
correct. They have not been made publicly available. They are highly classified.
Okay, so it's videos, it's photos, it's various accounts, it's
Correct.
you know, a lot of people talk about Area 51 when they talk about UFOs and such.
Mhm.
I think one of the sort of rumors is that at Area 51 they've found and retained UFO materials, spacecraft, etc., that they've studied to understand the technology so that they can introduce it to the US military. Is there any truth in that?
You know, the U.S. government invests a lot of money in research. You have a lot of test facilities where we want to be able to test things outside the prying eyes of our enemies, and so we create these test ranges for that purpose. We do all sorts of things at those test ranges. You know, I cannot comment on what Area 51 might or might not have. I would not be authorized to talk about that. All I can say is what is in the public domain, which people already know, that it is it's a sensitive test facility where we experiment with things.
Because there was a gentleman, I think, from that worked near Area 51 that's talked a little bit about this publicly, Bob Lazar.
Mhm.
I actually didn't know anything about Bob Lazar until about 2 hours ago. So what exactly is it that Bob Lazar is claiming?
Well, to be fair, you'd probably have to ask Bob. I don't know Mr. Lazar. I've never met him. I've never
Who the
spoken
fuck
to
is
him.
Bob Lazar?
His claims were that he worked at a particular facility and he had access to and privy to one of the recovered vehicles, crash retrievals, that was allegedly performed by the United States and acquired and brought there. That is what is in the public domain. I cannot and will not comment on Bob Lazar because I don't know him.
So when you say you can't comment on something, and as it relates to something that's classified, have you had to go through some process? There's a book in front of me called Imminent, which is the book you've written. It says Inside the Pentagon's Hunt for UFOs. What is the process when you're writing books like this to get information cleared so that you can share it?
It's like birthing an elephant.
Right.
I can only imagine if I was ever a woman and had to give birth.
What's up, Goblins? And welcome back to Hello.
Because they probably...
Today, I want to play this fortified specialist here. I don't know, I like the fortified specialist to play recently. And, I'm gonna play tanks. Yes, I think they really did well into this line up here. He is probably going to take marksman. Let's place them in this pattern. Help. Something like this, maybe. Then we have our tanks coming in from the side. One more marksman over here. Perfect. Okay. He has his crawlers in this pattern. I thought he's going to place more crawlers on the sides. That's why I placed my sledgehammers there. Not sure how this goes. And the marksmen are also more on the rear of his formation, not in the middle. No good anticipation this time. No. Okay, tanks, you have to work, you know. We're at least winning on this flank here. And so does the enemy on the other side. I mean, I have 2 marksmen left and 3 tanks, and he has all his 5 tanks left and 1 marksman. Let's see how this goes. Oh, very good. Nice. Perfect timing there. That was the perfect timing there for my marksman to kill this tower. Nice. Easy debuff.
Talking about here.
Yes. Okay, nice. Now we won. Just barely, but we won.
Hey everyone, my name is Rooster and welcome back to Mechabellum. It's going to be straight into the action for this video as I want to highlight an elite specialist game I recently played on stream. So you already know what pack I'm going to pick. For my opponent, it's probably going to be Giant Spec here. It's the only pack he had available that actually has chaff. It's got a good slam of hit points and a very useful perk, especially in a defensive situation. This might already tell you something, but yes, I will be playing some aggro here. Starting with the Steel Balls and Crawlers, this makes the most sense. I've got a good pack matchup as well. Crawlers is really good into Fang and Stormcaller, and Steel Balls is good into Stormcaller as well. I've got that speed, and I even may be able to get within this red zone, meaning that his Stormcallers won't be able to hit my units. So here, I'm going to be going for a symmetrical setup. The reason for this is that I know I have a good matchup, and I think that I can win in a symmetrical setup here. I don't need to leverage basically all my units being on one side to be able to get the tower. I think I can manage that either way. And so that's what you'll see me do. This also adds a little bit more pressure, right? Because it prevents him from being able to stack on one side. He will have to deal with both sides running in. Now what you see him do is buy 2 sets of crawlers and sell out of the Stormcaller pack. Once I see this, I will already know, okay, round 2 he wants to buy a Vulcan. This is a very common play, especially when the opponent is Giant Spec and can unlock those units for free. And what's more, I'm Elite Specialist, so all the crawlers I'm buying are level 2, which means they are really strong against enemy chaff and level 1 Arclights, but not so much against Vulcans, and it might even allow his Vulcans to level quickly, which might make it easier for the Vulcans to kill something like the Steel Balls. You'll see me here prioritize chaff, again, because I know that this chaff is very, very powerful, and I would really doubt he would be able to deal with it. I also wasn't completely sure if he would be buying Arclights, which he doesn't. Again, the crawler matchup isn't great for that, and he is Giant Spec, so instead he wants to get directly to the better version of chaff here, being the Vulcan.
Hello. What
With
up?
that, I should be fine in this first round. Even though I don't have chaff clear, my chaff basically becomes my chaff clear because I have the stronger chaff. You can see here the crawlers are having no issue whatsoever. The right side is a bit slower because my opponent had more chaff on that side, but I do manage to get in on the left side of the board, get the debuff, and now we make our way over to those enemy units. Just got to clean up those final fangs, got to clean up the Stormcallers, and that's a pretty successful first round, about as I would expect it to go considering our starting packs. So, round 2, this is kind of the big moment right now. I've seen he wants to sell out of this. I know he has a lot more money than I do. He'll be able to sell out of this, get up to 700 this turn, which means he can easily buy a Giant and still get a second deployment of something on the board, which would have to be chaff. And for me here, I will have to get some chaff clear on the board now, because even though I was able to get away with it first round, I certainly won't be able to get away with it on the second round. And yeah, we see the Vulcan here being purchased. Still 300 resources left available. The good thing for me is he doesn't have money for 2 Vulcans, so he can't actually deal with the left side of the board just yet. And that might allow me to get a win here, even though it's a big power spike for him. Gets Scorch immediately and adds crawlers here on the back of his left tower. That's very scary. And as soon as how much, and I know a second one is coming next turn, I really don't think, you know, the Steel Balls are going to have a good time here. The level 1s certainly won't. I am Elite, so I could buy level 2s, but I'm not sure I like the idea that much. You can see here on the right side, the Steel Balls are going to get absolutely burnt to a crisp. Same thing for the Crawlers, and sadly at level 2, those do give away a good amount of EXP. I buy 2 Arclights here, by the way, as my chaff clear, make sure to position them in front of those Fang packs. Left side still gets in, as he wasn't able to buy that other Vulcan, but he will be next turn. Luckily for me, some of my Steel Balls are smart enough to go for the tower here, get that debuff, and maybe with the debuff, get a good lock on and kill this Vulcan. Let's see, we're killing some Fangs, but now we're getting the lock on. The debuff is still in full force, and we do manage to get rid of that Vulcan. Very nice.
Just lie.
Level up as well. And I didn't see... Okay, the Vulcan doesn't level up yet, but I think it is actually quite close, even though that was level round 2. Yeah, gets up to 1800 out of the required 2200. Crazy, crazy stuff, but that's kind of how things go when you're Elite. Great item shows up for him here. Nano Repair Kit's fantastic on these Giants. And I will need some serious DPS to be able to deal with this. I go for the Nano Repair Kit as well, deciding to put it onto my Steel Balls, level them. You'll see me sell out of the level 1 pack on the right side, because I know those won't be doing anything except feeding EXP. And that leaves me with 700, which means that I can buy 2 300 cost units. And in this situation, I know my opponent is going to buy another Vulcan. That seems like the most logical thing to do. Go symmetrical. It was able to deal with the board on this side last time, so it should be able to deal with the board on the left side as well this turn. However, he does lack anti-air. He does buy more Fangs, but around of damage to be able to get rid of the Vulcans. And that's the nice thing about Elite. Your units are very expensive, but your 200 costs at level 2 have like the benefit of having this increased DPS, right? The difference between level 2 Phoenix and level 1 Phoenix is literally double the stats. So you see here, I have absolutely no issue whatsoever getting rid of that level 1 Vulcan. Now it doesn't pick up enough EXP. And so we take 4, which is the best thing for him, I would say. It gives him that anti-air unit and very powerful and stats whatsoever. And I decided to go for Rhino because I think that it's the one thing he'll struggle with. I can get these Rhinos, and I do run... They're very good, but they're not made to kill super tanky units. Rhino as well. I sell out of the Steel Balls and repurpose that Nano Repair Kit onto one of my Rhinos. I double stack here. Basically put a Rhino in front of each of my Phoenixes as the front line. Make sure that those survive. And the nice thing here as well is it might allow some of my Crawlers to run in, as the Vulcan should get target locked onto these for quite some time. And you can see on the left, this Rhino barely takes any damage. It's mostly coming from the Farseer, if anything. On the right side, it does take some damage, especially because that Vulcan is leveled. But still, it blocks 120 damage out of the 300 that Vulcan deals. And one Rhino goes down, but the other ones stay alive, and that's a massive turn. And barely available with those Rhinos is Altars unlocked. I decided to range my Arclights in this scenario, which I already did last turn, by the way. No, I didn't. I added another Arc Lights to the flank last turn. I decided to range them this turn because I do need to make sure that I can keep up with his chaff. He doesn't have that much, but I need to clear the path so that my Phoenixes can get lock-ons early because there's a lot of hit points to chew through. Now, my opponent decides to go for a third Melter even on round 5, which is quite a lot. Sells it for flank last turn. I decide to range as just it's a pretty... And I decide to last... And sadly, my Rhinos all end up dying. My Crawlers burn up. But the left side looks pretty good, I have to say. Can we get in, though? Vulcan gets rid of my final Crawlers on the left side, and though the Arc Lights are doing well, they don't quite have the DPS to kill things like the Farseer, let alone here. That's a lot of damage. If we enter round 8th, now
Blah blah
so
blah
Rick
blah blah blah
will
blah.
break the melting point link. And so what you'll see me do here is use the mobile beacon that I'll buy from the right tower to beacon this basically like around his chaff and prevent this from getting stuck on chaff for too long. My opponent goes for Wraith and tries to go for a cheeky debuff here. I decide to sell out of one of my Rhinos, and I use the redeployments to move one of my stronger Rhinos onto that flank here. And that should pull most of his chaff, which should allow my Phoenixes to get in, which will now have range as well as charge shots for that extra damage. My opponent levels all of his Giants, or almost all of, well, no, all of them, and adds another Melter here on the inside, so going full symmetrical. But what that does mean is that his flanks are still wide open, and he's not really dealing with these flank Arc Lights, which are just getting to pull and chaff clear to their heart's desire. And you can see what I mean here, right? Worm does get locked, Melters do big damage, but they don't manage to lock it down for long enough. Wraith is still making its way over, but it got hit by one of the missiles that I had there to prevent this kind of debuff from happening. And so I managed to get rid of all my opponent's units. The Rhino is very successful with its pull. The Phoenixes are simply destroying those Giants. And so now my opponent is down to 294 as we enter round 7. Orbital Bombardment is available. Very likely that he picks that up. Great spell against air units. I can't do much against it. Enhancement module available too, though, and that is a very, very nice item for Giant Specialist. But to get levels, although I do get a lot here, but I don't really want to sell my units in this. For me, Enhancement module is not that amazing. It's hard to get levels, although I do get a lot here, but I don't really want to sell my units in this scenario, at least not the ones that can level up. My opponent sells out of the Wraith, which I kind of expect, and I decide to move my Rhino here onto the left side. I was expecting perhaps a Melter to defend the flank, which is why I added level 2 pack of Crawlers to still keep that pull, because I think it was quite successful and it opened up the pathway for my my main units. And I decide to move the Rhino onto the left side, not necessarily thinking that he would add a Melter or something there, and maybe I would be successful. I sell out of the other Rhino that was still on the front lines, and we use the beacon here to go for the right tower this time. As you can see, there's still no chaff in the middle, so my Worm should be able to get quite far. Opponent here goes for Fortresses, however, with anti-air. Pretty strong tech against Phoenixes, but will it be enough? Maybe, in combination with the Orbital, it might be very successful. I do have Energy Shield available for the next turn if I want to. And here I'm making sure that I get temp range, temp speed, get the tower buffs. And I decide to add EMP to my Arc Lights. The reason for this is that I was kind of expecting range on the melting points, and EMP is very strong against really all of his techs right now. Getting rid of that Scorch is lovely. Getting rid of the range on the melting points means my Phoenixes have the range advantage. Getting rid of the anti-air protects my Phoenixes. You see one salvo going off here, but I get the debuff just in time, so the damage isn't quite high. My Rhino actually doesn't manage to get in, and it doesn't die. And even my Sandworm, it seems, manages to survive with that beacon. And so with that, it's a very quick 7-rounder on Elite Specialist, beating Giant Specialist. This was a very nice game. I think I played it quite well. I think the key thing here is identifying what my opponent wanted to go for, so expecting that Vulcan to show up, making sure that I sell out of the units that would just be feeding XP, instead converting their resources into, well, Phoenixes in this case, realizing that his anti-air was quite weak if he wanted to go for those Giants early. And then after that, it was all about abusing the flanks, realizing that he kind of overcommitted to melting points here, at least melting points that are all on the front portion of his board, meaning that his flanks are quite weak. And yeah, because of that, I managed to get a nice tempo win.
First woman president, first black woman president, and first Asian president. But I don't vote for who will be the first. I vote for who will win. And for whatever reason, Harris has never been popular. You can count the number of delegates she won in the 2020 primaries on one hand, as long as that hand has no fingers. In 3 years as vice president, she's been quieter than an electric car. And it's not fair that she's not popular. She's intelligent and accomplished, and in fact was put in charge of the border. And look at how... Okay, bad example.
It seems to me, Bill's going to end up voting for her. Yeah, he's good on the woke stuff and all that, fine. It seems to me that nobody, whether it's the few sane liberals that are left that are going to vote Dem, or the crazy people, nobody knows why they're voting for her other than she's not Trump. And I think that's a pretty freaking low bar.
It's so true, though.
Hey everyone, my name is Rooster, and welcome back to Mechabellum. It's going to be straight into the action for this video, as I want to highlight an Elite Specialist game I recently played on stream.
What the fuck is this?
my damn internet operators, you know how that goes, said that's impossible to do a 360 hip fire on a spray paint can. Nothing's impossible, son, when I'm doing it. You better be able to prepare to pay that Coors Light. I want a 30 rack. Cold. Come check it out. About as cold as that shot, son. That ain't bad. Now, what am my damn internet in? Cold. Come check it out.
No, what the
Can
fuck?
you sit on the ground with a completely flat back? If not, it's because of your hamstring. Instead of just stretching
Yeah,
your
no shit,
hamstrings
Sherlock.
at whatever level you're at right now, put about a fist distance in between your ankles, both toes.
Put your fist in your what? NGA, what? The fuck are you guys talking about? Jesus fucking
Toes
Christ.
pointed forward and reach as far down as you can. If you can touch the ground, that's fantastic. But if not, just hang out up here. And all you're going to do is bend one knee, straighten it out, bend the other knee, and straighten it out. And you keep that going for at least 10 straight times on each leg. After doing that, you've basically told your brain that, oh, it's safe to stretch my hamstrings a little bit further. So now try it. It should be a little easier to sit up taller while on the floor. But if you just don't have the flexibility yet to hold that, here's what I do. Pick your favorite hamstring stretch, hold it for 30 seconds, then rest. Then hold it for 30 more seconds. Do that on every weekday and you'll see results in less than a month. Just remember that the key is consistency. Stay flexy. Can you sit on the...
He didn't want to cut off his hair, so I had to only remove his dead hairs with my hot charcoal. I then started debulking his hair so it can easily get faded. He's a pure African. His hair is so tough. I had to spray some water so the razor can just slide. He wanted a mohawk, so I had to give his hair the shape that he needed by chopping off the sides with my mighty razor. When I was done giving it a shape, I then jumped back to my fade, adjusting the razor over the comb and the comb over the head. He traveled from another village to get a straight lineup, so I had to make sure it's as straight as an African arrow. I then added some African charcoal, and bro was already feeling like he would rather cheat on his 3 wives than cheating on me. I then proceeded with the elbow technique to give him some curls. He couldn't hold it, he started laughing.
What am I looking at?
But he remembered village men don't just laugh. He then touched his mustache to thank me for the cut. Then he traveled back to his village. He didn't want to cut off his hair. Back to his village.
Wow, guck mal da unten in diesem Loch. Aber sagt mal jetzt ehrlich, das ist jetzt das Versteck, wo ihr im Fall der Fälle 2 Wochen drin seid. In diesem Erdloch. Zu dritt, zu viert?
Zu viert.
Zu viert.
Wenn es nötig ist, ja.
Geht es da hinten noch weiter?
Da kann ich nicht rein.
Ja, ich komme mal rein. Also das interessiert mich jetzt wirklich, wie es da drin ist.
Fuck.
Der Herr dort hinten schaltet schon ab. Tut mir leid. iPhone? Okay, ja, dann ist okay. Sie sehen sehr intellektuell aus, wissen Sie, oder? Was unterrichten Sie?
Ich unterrichte Studierende.
Merkt er? Ich unterrichte Studierende. Erstens richtig gegendert. Wie heißen Sie, darf ich fragen?
Holger.
Holger. Du unterrichtest Studierende. Die muss man auch motivieren, oder? Die muss man auch, da muss man im Grunde ja genauso, oder? Du bist ein Studierender? Ja?
Eigentlich baden wir das aus, was die Lehrer vielleicht da nicht hinkriegen. Ne?
Ihr badet das aus, okay, was die Lehrer nicht hinkriegen.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
Was die Lehrer nicht hinkriegen. Ihr badet das aus, okay, was die Lehrer nicht hinkriegen. Ihr badet das aus, okay, was die Lehrer nicht hinkriegen. Ihr badet das aus, okay, was die Lehrer nicht hinkriegen. Ihr badet das aus, okay, was die Lehrer nicht hinkriegen. Ich habe gerade jemanden kennengelernt, der gleich in der großen Pause richtig eins aufs Maul kriegt. Der Herr dort hinten schaltet.
Yes, you can get better at the pull-ups. I believe in you. This is how you're going to go about it. First, you have to have good form. Keep your chin up as you go over the bar. Control your breathing. Inhale as you pull up, exhale as you let down. Maintain a tight core. Keep your feet together and point your toes downward. Maintain this form on the pull-up, and when you release, go all the way down to the elbow lock position. This is the form I want you to...
Pfefferspray ist in Deutschland ausverkauft, weil die Menschen immer mehr Angst haben vor Bedrohungen. Das Problem ist nur, dass die meisten Leute damit gar nicht wissen, was sie damit anfangen sollen. Erste Hauptproblem ist, das ist meistens irgendwo in der Tasche. Zweite Ding, wenn ich das Pfefferspray noch nie im Einsatz hatte, noch nie damit geübt habe, dann habe ich das Problem, dass ich damit vielleicht noch gar nicht weiß, wie es funktioniert. Dann drücke ich vielleicht auf die Schutzkappe und es passiert gar nichts. Das sind halt Sachen, die müssen funktionieren. Wir müssen damit üben. Ich zeige euch jetzt so ein paar Basics und eine wichtige Information gleich vorweg. Dieses Spray ist ein ballistischer Strahl, so nennt man den. Abgesehen davon braucht ihr keine Angst haben, der ist ohne Reizstoff. Ich komme relativ schnell da rein und es funktioniert direkt hier. Seht ihr, ich habe sofort seine Augen getroffen. Zack, schon ist der das gerade abbekommen hat, ist jetzt komplett voll im Gesicht. Selbst wenn er hier zumacht, das Ding tropft da rein, der ist jetzt schon außer Gefecht. Pfefferspray.
This guy's amazing. Here are some clever repair tricks that repairman might not tell you. First, if you have a stripped faucet that's hard to unscrew, tie a looped rope around it, cross the rope, then insert a screwdriver through the bottom and twist counterclockwise. The rope will tighten, making it easy to unscrew. Second, for cracks in a wooden floor, put some joint filler in the gap, then place double-sided tape on a loose board. Put a wooden block on top and tap it gently with a hammer to fix the crack. Third, if a pipe fitting breaks off and is stuck, use 2 bolts to clamp it stuck. Third, board, put a wooden block on top and tap it gently with a hammer to fix the crack. Third, if a pipe fitting breaks off and is stuck, use 2 bolts to clamp it, then use a screwdriver to twist and remove it. Fourth, if your broom handle breaks, cut the neck off a plastic bottle, fit it over the handle, secure with screws, then attach the cap to the broom head to fix it. Finally, if shoelaces are frayed, slide a small piece of a straw over the end, heat it gently with a lighter to seal, and they're good as new. Follow gently laces are frayed to fix it.
What?
Bottle, fit it over the handle. If your broom handle breaks, screwdriver to twist and remove it. Fourth, if your broom handle breaks, cut the neck off a plastic bottle, fit it over the handle, secure with screws, then attach the cap to the broom head to fix it. Finally, if shoelaces are frayed, slide a small piece of a straw over the end, heat it gently with a lighter to seal, and they're good as new. Follow for more practical tips. This guy's amazing. Here are some gently with a lighter to seal, and they're
What
all
is he
piece of
doing
a
here?
Finally,
Straw.
if frayed, slide a small piece of a straw over the end, heat it gently with a lighter to seal, and they're good as new.
Straw.
Now someone behind you? Are you lying? I'm really tired of your jokes. Is this hell? I think this is what hell is. I think as soon as you...
The fuck?
You about to piss me off. Oh, pipe. Do you smoke? Me personally, no, I don't smoke. I mean, I'm smoking now. You want to hit this motherfucker? A woman and a dog. A lady. And this guy. Okay.
What the fuck is this game? Ooh. I think we need to look at some Twitter memes, huh? Let that sink in. Lip meltdowns in the thread below. I'm deeply concerned that I may be missing some of the best ones. Self-hating, disgusting, racist bitches. Let me see.
Joe Biden in 2020. So we could places. So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming in 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is
What?
overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris.
LOL.
I think this is a big, huge part of the story that it's hard to even digest fully at this moment. But you have Elon Musk, who owns Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it these days, X, who is a disinformation propagandist and now has a
disinformation propagandist, guys.
potentially have a direct line to the Oval Office.
Okay, what kind of disinformation did Elon Musk spread? Can someone tell me? Dude. So fucking stupid.
I have rights tomorrow.
I might wake up a motherfucking slave.
Oh.
Having a meltdown. I don't know how to do this. Right now, I'm just not. I can't fucking deal with this shit right now. I am 48 years old and I have never experienced anything like this and never thought I would in this
Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with us?
country. No, wait, I'm so stressed. I don't know how to handle this. I don't know how to get through the next couple days.
Map breakdown. States where Donald Trump is your president. No.
Yes! Oh, let me taste your tears, Scott. Your tears are so yummy and sweet. Oh, the tears of unfathomable sadness. Yummy. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is this the episode where Cartman basically makes Scott eat his own parents?
Sometimes don't work out for a reason, and the reason is that you screwed up. Everything is going to be okay. Eventually, you will be dead and won't have to deal with any of this shit. Stop living in the past. You hated your life back then, too. You will get through this, and you don't really have a choice. Be proud of how much you have accomplished. Nobody ever expected much from you. Whenever someone asks how you are, just make up a lie. Like I'm fine. No one wants to hear about your problems. Don't let anyone make you feel bad about yourself. That's your job. And nobody does it better than you.
Oh, just shut the fuck up for good now, huh? Yeah, you fucking want that? Yeah? We are fucking over! Stupid fucking whore! So I'll just shut the fuck up! I'll just shut the fuck up for good now, huh? Yeah, you fucking want
What the fuck is this?
We are fucking over! Stupid fucking
Donald Trump, I hate you. My life's okay. I'm a white. Oh, jeez. I can't believe Trump's actually gonna win this fucking thing.
No, this-
I'm scared to go to sleep.
It's missing the part where he's ripping his shirt off.
Why is it?
Simpletons. They're servants of the donor class. So they go in there, they're like, oh, donor, give me money, please. And I hear a Democrat outside of Bernie saying, no control. You think Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Kamala Harris, and all these people go, oh yeah, I got Jamie Young, and he was dynamic behind the sauce after a long.
Blah blah blah.
It's just not about a fucking book. Fuck that shit right now. Hello, wait in the back. Y'all for him.
Now it's a rigged election, okay. What the fuck?
Dumbass who can't shut his little pie hole asshole. Hate him. I hate this dumbass who can't shut his little
What?
pie hole asshole.
His little pie hole? What?
Hate him.
All of the people who voted for him will be like happy and they'll just be celebrating. And everyone else, everyone who feels threatened by him is fucking scared. Like we're scared for our lives, we're scared for our friends. Like pro-life women dying because their doctors are scared to treat them because of the repercussions of his last presidency.
What?
How did we get here? How did we get here?
Jesus fucking Christ. Really nothing.
So we can show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Holy shit. What? What are they talking about?
Elon Musk paying a... Well, Donald Trump is now our 47th President of the United States of America. This election was not even close, which I find odd considering Kamala Harris's rallies. However, how can that compete when you have Elon Musk paying $1 million per day to encourage people to vote for Donald Trump? Personally, I'm disgusted by that. I'm disgusted enough to delete my X account. I'm disgusted enough to never order a Tesla as long as I shall.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck, dude. What the fuck? Jesus. What the fuck?
I know what girlfriends do. They make you feel the happiest you ever felt. Then they crawl up inside of you and poop on your heart.
We all become philosophers after
What?
a breakup. But Butters aspires to something greater than just posting passive-aggressive quotes on his story and hoping that his ex will view them. He wants to change the world. So, he starts a movement.
I'm tired of girls saying boys need to change. Somebody has to stand up for our rights.
That somebody, of course, is Butters. No, there was no election. He appointed himself. But let's rewind for a bit. How did we even get here? And what the hell are these rights that Butters is talking about? It starts with an incident on the school message board. Somebody is trolling the girls and their mothers. This video is not about the troll, but if you ever watch season 20, that context is very important. This troll is putting wieners in their mouths and calling them fat skanks over and over. that sort of thing. The girls try to fight back, but the troll doesn't stop. They even protest by sitting down for the national anthem, but that just makes the trolling worse. The boys do their best to find the troll and stop this gender war before it gets too far, but they fail. They even smash Cartman's gadgets because they think he's the troll, but it turns out they're wrong. The trolling continues. And so, tired of being relentlessly bullied online, the girls at South Park Elementary make a pact to break up with all their boyfriends at the same time. And it's brutal. While the rest of the boys are crying their eyes out, Butters feels mostly safe. His girlfriend is Canadian.
It's been a rough few weeks, baby.
Butters, I'm sorry, but I told you not to Skype me anymore, right?
Oops. Butters is not the kind of guy who gives up easily. He does the manliest thing possible in that scenario. He begs.
But Charlotte, I love you. I need you. You can't break up with me.
To Butters' surprise, the begging doesn't work. It turns out all girls are equally stubborn, no matter where they come from.
I have to stand with my girlfriend.
Butters goes ballistic.
Those slinky snakes in the grass.
He blames the girls in his school for corrupting his perfect little Canadian girlfriend. Charlotte tells him women and girls have to stand together. That doesn't register with Butters. He's heartbroken and angry, and by God, he's gonna let it all out.
So then it's true. You're all snakes in the grass. Every last one of you. Oh, Charlotte? Are you there?
She is not. She is hung up on him. At South Park Elementary, relations between boys and girls are as tense as they've ever been. Kyle proposes a solution.
We need to be more active in showing the girls we respect them.
This solution is one big glaring problem, though. Butters doesn't like it. He's angry from his breakup, but there is something else, making him even angrier.
All I've been hearing about the past few weeks is how this is our problem. How boys need to change.
He says he's getting pretty sick of it. Butters didn't do anything. He didn't troll the girls, but he is getting punished anyway, and every day he is told it's his fault. This naturally makes him very angry. These are perfect conditions for a reactionary movement, a perceived injustice coupled with righteous outrage, all kindling in there, and all the dry wood is piled up nice and neat. The only thing you need to start a fire is a spark, and we just found our spark. Butters doesn't like carrying the sins of another man. He doesn't like being told that he should be ashamed of being a boy. He doesn't like being dumped, and he doesn't like Kyle's proposed solution of trying to accommodate the girls. He feels that he's being unfairly punished, and he won't take it anymore.
This is a war on all of us. Pretty soon they'll be locking us all up.
The gender war has well and truly begun, and Butters doesn't believe in taking prisoners. He tells Tweak and Craig that even they aren't safe.
Just because you're gay doesn't mean you aren't looked down upon for being boys.
Butters wants the boys to unite against the girls, fight fire with fire. But Kyle thinks Butters is getting a little unhinged. He tells Butters to calm down. Butters disagrees very strongly.
No! We tried doing what the girls wanted us to do, and where did it get us? Nowhere.
Butters has gained his first convert. The momentum only builds up from there. Now, while the anger and sense of righteous victimhood that drives the movement can be justified, some of the other tactics Butters uses are more questionable. The first of these questionable tactics is deflecting blame and dodging responsibility.
What happened to Eric Cartman is the girl's fault, not ours.
Butters is referring to when the boys destroyed Cartman's gadgets thinking he was a troll. They did all that on their own, but now, Butters wants to blame the girls for it. The boys may have done all the stabbing and smashing, but it was the girls who made them do it. This is very cynical, but it's the perfect solution. Tolkien, the ringleader of gadget smashing conspiracy, is the strongest supporter of this theory.
What happened to Eric Cartman is the girl's fault, not ours. That's true.
And with that trick, Tolkien and the rest have washed their sins away. They're not victims anymore. They're actually the good guys. This trick has been used by a lot of questionable movements to justify their terrible actions. It goes something like this. It didn't happen. And if it happened, it wasn't our fault. And if it wasn't our fault, it's because they made us do it. So they deserve it. Once these movements have branded themselves as the good guys, every evil thing they do can be justified with a single line. It was for a good cause. That brings us to the second tactic used by protest movements.
The moment is coming when you all need to decide. Are you with your kind, or are you with Uncle Kyle?
Now this is a very old tactic. It goes back as far as humanity itself. Even Jesus used it in the Bible. Those who are not with us are against us. This is polarization. You might know it as the us versus them. That's
what I talked about, right, yesterday, earlier, when Hillis was here.
So long is because it works. Humans are naturally tribal, and the us versus them approach helps you unify your side around whichever identity you share. In Butter's case, it's the wiener.
I'm a boy, dagnabbit. You know what? I'm proud of my little wiener.
On top of strengthening the group around a shared identity, you give the group a common enemy to hate. Polarization also gives you free reign to shame anybody and everybody. Butters employs it from the very beginning.
Don't be an Uncle Cow.
You may have seen a version of this somewhere. Why do you support us, bro? Are you like a horrible person or something? And how do you prove you are a good person? Well, you subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest downside of polarization is that it often dehumanizes the enemy. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but once you achieve full dehumanization, everything, no matter how abhorrent, becomes fair game. And Butters is about to show just how abhorrent it can get. Girls have a volleyball game, and Butters plans to protest it. The girls protest being bullied by sitting down for the national anthem, so Butters chooses reciprocity. He drops his pants and shows off his wiener. First, his followers are shocked.
Holy crap, dude, look at Butters.
Then they copy him. Boys all over the place drop their pants and show off their wieners while the national anthem plays.
Oh no.
This escalation is common with a lot of movements. Once they've decided they are the good guys, they can reframe every little evil thing they do to the perceived bad guys as an actually good thing. There are also opportunists who will use protest movements to either benefit themselves or just stick it to the perceived enemy in a way they can't think. That's why street protests feature a lot of looting and hashtag protests feature a lot of false or grossly exaggerated allegations. Now, you might be wondering, how the hell do they get away with it? I'll let PC Principal answer that for you.
As a community, we have all decided that people have the right to protest the national anthem.
Every law can be interpreted in 100 different ways. That's why everybody hates lawyers. Their entire job is finding loopholes and things that everybody else thinks are obvious. And when it comes to achieving their goals, protesters tend to channel their inner lawyer. The girls of South Park protest the national anthem by sitting down. This is a protected right. But when the South Park universe collectively agreed that protesting the national anthem was okay, they didn't think of the creative protesting methods that people like Butters would come up with. That includes utterly disgusting methods like showing off your junk.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for!
Real-life movements use the same loophole. They can be very loud and obnoxious. Protesters block traffic and glue themselves to the road to stop people from getting to work. They can make the lives of innocent people miserable in 1,000 different ways. But as long as they're peaceful, it's technically legal and you just have to
Global cabal.
Just like with most protesters, getting away with being an obnoxious little troll just emboldens Butters, so he gets bigger and more obnoxious. Butters takes his protest to the school's hallways. On top of swinging wieners, Butters adds a megaphone. He has most of the boys in school marching in his protest, wieners completely out.
Don't let anyone tell you to not think with your wiener. As if your wiener is a bad thing.
What does Butters hope to accomplish with his escalating obnoxiousness? Think about it. Really. Is this going to get him his girlfriend back? Definitely not. She's even more repulsed by him now than she was before. The same goes for all the boys in Butters' parade. They joined him because they were heartbroken, but showing off their wieners isn't going to fix their broken hearts. If anything, it's just going to make the girls hate them more. But they're obviously not thinking clearly.
The fuck?
Blind anger is the same tactic that certain protest groups that shall not be named use.
What's
They
this?
just yell and yell and pull annoying stunts, conveniently forgetting that you can't annoy people into agreeing with you. That's just common sense. Which begs the question, why are Butters and the gang doing it anyway? Why are they making everybody look at their junk when 2 minutes of thinking them would tell that this is the absolute worst way of getting their message across? The reason is because Butters isn't interested in winning over the girls to his side, or even the boys for that matter. This goes for certain other protesters as well. Butters is interested in one thing and one thing only.
Domination.
Butters doesn't care if other people agree with him as long as they bend the knee. You can't annoy people into agreeing with you, but you can definitely annoy them into giving up and just surrendering. It's what the more obnoxious protesters want.
Jesus. Rip. But half a mil is nothing for him, huh? Alright. Play some Macabellum. Who's shorting? Chroma is shorting. Chroma and Miss, huh? Hmm. Hmm. No, it's fucking horrible. Hm. Eieiei. Oh. Jesus. Fuck. No. Oh god, I'm so stupid. It's gonna nuke me. I'm dead. I'm dead. Not nuking me. Okay, never mind. Shit. There we are. Oh no. Oh. Oh, sandworm. Shit. Holy shit. Dive. No, dive. Yes. I won! I won the game! Ah! Holy shit! Ah. Everybody comes to Hollywood. You've reached a new rank. Platinum. Ui, 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 ui. Very nice. Very nice. Be quite cool. $27,000. I want to listen to this.
Don't want you talking about these things.
There's a lot of people that don't want us talking about this, but there's also a lot that do. So you go through a process. It's called DOPSR. In the U.S. government, we love our acronyms. It stands for Department of Defense, Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review. As a former defense official, if I want to write anything, it has to go through a review process to make sure it's not classified and I can talk about it. That book went through an exhaustive, almost 1-year process through the government before they allowed me to publish it. And even then, they redacted portions of it. If you look in there, you will see grayed out portions because I wanted Americans to see what some people don't need to see. And so those redactions are there by the government. And it is a very exhaustive process, but it's important because that's what keeps us legal. That's what keeps people like me not going to jail because I go through the proper procedures. I'm not a leaker. I have never leaked classified information. I will never discuss classified information. An unauthorized disclosure is something that should be avoided at all times. Like I said, I'm a patriot. I'm loyal to my country. I'm not disloyal. So there's a right way and a wrong way to do things. So if you want to write a book and you want to talk about things you're not sure you can talk about, you go through this DOPSR process. And that's exactly what I did. And that's how that book was able to be published. Otherwise, right now, it'd probably be in jail.
Is there a single most compelling piece of evidence that you were witness to as it relates to your belief in UFOs and UAPs?
They were all significant. There wasn't one that said, oh, that's it, because they were all compelling in their own way. Whether you can go back to the USS Nimitz incident in 2004 or the Roosevelt incidents in 2014 and 2015, there was so much data. Every time you think you had one that was great, another would come in that was even better. So,
I mean, you've put one on the front cover of this book, though, right?
Yeah.
No.
Incident on the front cover of your book.
That is known as the gimbal incident. That is a
It's back on.
That was taken by.
My headphones were off. Headphones were off.
Incident. They were all significant. There wasn't one that said, oh, that's it, because they were all compelling in their own way. Whether you can go back to the USS Nimitz incident in 2004 or the Roosevelt incidents in 2014 and 2015, there was so much data. Every time you think you had one that was great, another would come in that was even better. So,
I mean, you've put one on the front cover of this book, though, right?
Yeah. What
is this incident on the front cover of your book?
That is known as the gimbal incident. That is a video that was taken by an F-18, and you can hear the exacerbation. If you listen to the actual video, you can hear the pilots trying to discuss what it is. And then you also hear on it the discussion of, there's a whole fleet of them. Look at the ASA. And oh, by the way, it's going 120 knots against the wind at roughly 20,000 feet. So it's not a balloon. And you begin to see this vehicle orientate itself in a 90-degree angle. Now, if this was a plane, like here's your wings, if you go in a 90-degree angle, you lose altitude, right? Because that's how the principles of lift work. That's not the case there.
I think this is the video. So.
Yep.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. That's not our LNS, though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's like... Look at that thing. It's rotating.
And that was shot by 2 US sort of fighter pilots.
Yep.
And
there's a lot more of those out there, and a lot clearer too, but they're classified.
So there's more videos like this that you've been exposed to.
Oh yeah,
but they won't release them.
They will not release them.
Why?
Because of sources and methods. Because they remain classified. Because how they were taken, where they were taken, under what circumstances, what technological capabilities were used to collect the information. The U.S. government wants to keep out of the hands of its adversaries what our true capabilities are. So let's say you're flying a mission over a denied area and you don't want the enemy to know that you're over it, right? The last thing you want to do is release a video where you can look and say, oh, we're in this location and now the enemy knows, or we have this capability, or we can see this good. These are the technologies we have. These videos here, ironically, are probably some of the least compelling videos. Now, people say, oh, these are incredible, but these are the ones that were unclassified that could be released.
What's this shit?
That's not the case there. In a 90-degree angle. roughly 20,000 feet. So it's not a balloon. And you begin to see this vehicle orientate itself in a 90-degree angle. Now, if this was a plane, like here's your wings, if you go in a 90-degree angle, you lose altitude, right? Because that's how the principles of lift work. That's not the case there.
I think this is the video.
Yep.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's like... Look at that thing. It's rotating.
And that was shot by 2 US sort of fighter pilots.
Yep.
And
There's a lot more of those out there, and a lot clearer too, but they're classified.
So there's more videos like this that you've been exposed to.
Oh yeah,
but they won't release them.
They will not release them.
Why?
Because of sources and methods. Because they remain classified. Because how they were taken, where they were taken, under what circumstances, what technological capabilities were used to collect the information. The U.S. government wants to keep out of the hands of its adversaries what our true capabilities are. So let's say you're flying a mission over a denied area, and you don't want the enemy to know that you're over it. Right? The last thing you want to do is release a video where you can look and say, oh, we're in this location and now the enemy knows, or we have this capability, or we can see this good. These are the technologies we have. These videos here, ironically, are probably some of the least compelling videos. Now, people say, oh, these are incredible, but these are the ones that were unclassified that could be released. The other ones, some of these are so clear. The problem is how they were taken, the collection capabilities that were used to take them, where they were taken, under what circumstances, the metadata in the video, all that is a consideration.
Okay. And do the US government and the Pentagon generally want people to believe that UFOs, UAPs exist or not?
I think it's both. I think up until recently, nobody wanted to have this conversation. The problem is the government backed itself up after 70 years of denial into a corner, and it has to figure a way out. There are some elements now that want the conversation to occur. And so that's why you see Congress getting engaged, why the creation, you have Arrow. But there are still elements, unfortunately, in the Pentagon that don't want this conversation to occur. And they will continue doing what they can to discredit individuals and launch this campaign against them. One of my colleagues, David Grush, who was a decorated Air Force officer and a senior intelligence official, the moment he broke rank and went public about this topic, within 24 hours, they released his medical records trying to discredit him, and they did it illegally. So there are people there that definitely don't want this conversation to occur.
Why?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why. Back historically, great question. Let's, can I unpack that a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you mind that? Okay, so let's start really at the heels of World War II. You have these Foo Fighters that are being observed by Allied pilots, these luminous balls that would follow them into combat areas. And then after, particularly as we started developing in the atomic weapons, we started releasing a lot of UFOs over our controlled military airspace and over our sensitive military installations, our research facilities. And so at the time you have this mindset, you have height of the Cold War, United States versus Soviet Union. And by the way, they had nukes, and so did we, right? So you've got a real potential threat over there. And then you've got these other things over here. So as a general in the Pentagon, you say, look, I know these things are real, but they're not showing any overt hostilities. Meanwhile, we've got this real issue over here, this real threat called Soviet Union. Let's focus on this threat, and then we'll worry about this other stuff later. The other part of that is the mindset of, look, it's really uncomfortable as a government to have a conversation with its people about a problem that there's no solution for, right? We can see what they do, but there's not a damn thing we can do about it. We can't stop what they're doing. And so do you really want to have a conversation with the American people and admit a problem for which we don't have a solution for it? That governments are solution focused. And that is not a great spot to be in, right? And it's, by the way, not the first time this has happened. Let's look at the U-2, for example, spy plane. When we first built that, the CIA commissioned it through Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, and we were flying that vehicle in contravention to a standing treaty we had with Russia that we would not fly manned reconnaissance missions over Russia, mainland Russia. We were. But we built this plane to fly so fast and so high, we thought they couldn't detect us, right? And for a while, we thought they couldn't because we went unchallenged until the Russians were able to develop the surface-to-air missile, SA-2 missile, and successfully shoot one down. And then, and only then, did they admit to the world, we've been tracking these things since day one. The reason why they didn't talk about it is because they didn't have a means to shoot it down. So why admit a problem for which there's no solution until you have a solution? So that's another mindset in the Pentagon. And then you had several studies done that were commissioned by the US government in the past that asked the question, if we were to be honest and truthful about disclosure, about we're not alone in the university, things are real, what would the consequences be? And these studies came back, unanimously said, you can't do it. The American people are not ready to have this conversation. It'll cause civil discord and it'll upset the population and people will lose faith in their religions and the economy may crash. You can't do it. And so the decision was made, okay, we're not going to do it. In fact, we're going to actively suppress this information. We're going to stigmatize the heck out of it so bad that no one will ever want to even mention the word UFO. And it was very successful. That campaign to stigmatize this topic was so successful, in fact, that even now it's hard to unwind the tape and have the conversation. And so therein lies part of the problem. Why doesn't parts of the government want to have this conversation? Then you've got a legal issue, which is probably the biggest issue now. You have elements in the government that were making unilateral decisions not to inform Congress and not to inform the President of the United States, right? That's illegal. There are oversight committees that have a designated need to know on all intelligence matters, especially when it comes to funding, right? We're spending billions of dollars on these projects. You've got to inform Congress. Certain elements into certain oversight committees, like the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, they weren't being briefed to this. There's also this fear by some people on the inside of the government that, oh my gosh, I used to work on a secret UFO program. Am I going to be in trouble now because, we've been lying to Congress? And so it's a little more complicated than necessarily just saying, oh, well, we want the truth, be honest. It's not that easy.
To your knowledge, has there ever been recovered UAP or UFO materials?
What I can say is what I've been allowed to say, which is yes. Up until recently, I wasn't even allowed to say that.
When did that change?
When that book got reviewed. Up until that point, I had signed documentation from the government saying I will never discuss that, ever.
What happens if you did?
Oh, jail. Oh, yeah. That's why that book, I had to go through the process, because what I wrote in that book, I am allowed to talk about. I can't go beyond that, but at least I can talk about that. And in the book, I talk about, yes, that the government is in possession of material, exotic material that doesn't look like it's made by us.
Has there ever been anyone sent to jail because they've spoken about this subject matter?
Worse. And that story has yet to be told. Yes, there are people who
fuck.
Extreme disciplinary actions and potentially worse.
The death penalty?
I'm not going to elaborate right now because there's some things happening to try to. This is why Congress is working hard for whistleblower protections, because we want people to feel safe to come out and have a conversation. And right now they don't feel overly safe. They've seen some of the tactics and techniques that were applied to try to keep people quiet in the past. Let me say this in general terms. People say, oh, well, the government would never kill anybody to protect a secret. Try going to Area 51 and look at the signs on that chain link fence where it says lethal force authorized. You cross that fence and they can kill you dead. Okay? So the government can, under certain extreme cases, under certain extreme situations and conditions, they can do whatever they need to do to protect national security, and they will.
Which department is that?
I cannot go into that conversation, unfortunately.
Because people think of it as maybe the CIA or something, but
I can't elaborate, unfortunately.
Because I know very little about American governmental departments and such, but obviously most of the world knows about the presidential assassinations and things like that. So, and I've spoken to a few CIA agents and stuff like that on my podcast before, but I've never really understood, frankly, who would be making such an order and how those things don't leak.
Well, good question. Look, we've done it in the past, in other situations, some pretty recently. I'll give you a case in point, and this is not, attacking anybody. We have used drones to lethally kill people, Americans, an American citizen specifically, and the person's child, without due process.
In the U.S.?
Not in the U.S. He was a U.S.
The
citizen.
game never ends,
He was
what?
suspected of being a terrorist, and there's some other things there. I'm not going to go in there. But we as American citizens we are afforded something called due process under the law of peace. And meaning you get your day in court no matter what. And there have been Americans where that hasn't been the case. They didn't get a day in court. Someone made the decision to liquidate them. There are examples of that happening. There's another one with Rosenberg's, those who were accused of selling the atomic secrets to the Russians, actually giving it to them. And if you know a little bit about what happened with his wife, turns out that she was innocent.
What happened to his wife?
They hung her and him for espionage. But because of the information that we had at the time, was so sensitive, we'd have to reveal a capability. So unfortunately, it looks like maybe we have done something that we maybe shouldn't have done. I wasn't around for that, so I can't tell you definitively what happened. I can only tell you what my understanding of it is. I could absolutely be wrong, and I really hope I am. But it turns out that there are extreme examples where we will take drastic measures to protect national security.
So in writing this book and in talking about the subjects, you understand that there's some people that don't want you talking about these subjects.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, and you also understand that the punishment for talking about these subjects can range from jail or worse.
Yep.
So are you not scared?
I didn't say that. I didn't say I wasn't scared. I mean, I'm taking huge risks. My life has been threatened many times, and it's very concerning for me. It's a reason why I live in Wyoming and I'm heavily armed and have now 6 German Shepherds. Yeah, I'm very cautious and careful, but I'm also understanding. I also know the left and right limits of the law, and I'm not going to break the law under any circumstances. This book isn't a leak. I'm authorized to talk about that book because I went through the proper processes of getting it reviewed, whether they like it or not. But yes, I am absolutely worried. This is why I'm very careful when I say things, because I don't want to. I'll walk up to the line. I will not step over the line. I will not violate my security oath and compromise national security for disclosure. And I don't think I have to. I think the proof is in the pudding, the fact that it's been 7 years and we've come this far in the conversation and I haven't gone to jail and I'm still here to have the conversation, I think is indicative of the fact that there is a right way and a wrong way to do it. I understand people want disclosure and they want it now. But I've told people before, there's a difference between doing things right and doing things right now. They're different. And we only get one chance to do this right. And so hopefully we can have this conversation, this collective conversation in a way where we don't have to be disruptive. No one has to be threatened. No one has to go to jail. No one has to lose their jobs or anything like that.
You mentioned presidents earlier on. Do presidents of the United States know about UFOs?
Some do, some do not. Unfortunately, there's a mindset by some people that think that politicians and presidents are temporary hires. They're here today, gone in 4 years. So why brief them up on something, especially if they have no military or intelligence background? It's a risk. So you know what? Don't brief them.
Which presidents do you think were aware of UFOs and these kinds of programs?
Sure. Well, we know for sure there were several. For sure, for example, Carter was. But then,
how do you know?
Clinton, well, because Carter was briefed. I know somebody who actually worked with Carter to get information on this topic. I won't say the person's name. The person's still alive, so I don't have permission to talk about that. But we know that for a fact, and there's records of it. But there's other presidents like Bill Clinton who wasn't briefed but wanted to be briefed, right? And so, and again, this is the crux of the problem. Who's making the decision on what president gets briefed and what doesn't? That's nonsense. President George Bush Sr. was briefed when he was also the director of the CIA. So he was very well aware of this topic. But then there's other presidents that weren't. And so this is highlighting the very problem that I have. Who's making the decision to choose who gets briefed and who doesn't?
What about Obama and Trump?
I can't answer for them. Obama has recently stated for the record that these UAP are a national security issue, not a threat, but an issue, that there's something there, that these are real. Whatever they are, whatever it is. President Trump recently, former President Trump said a week and a half ago, for the record, when asked, that he would be willing to release the UFO files and that he wanted to do it in the past, but he faced fierce resistance. Now think about that statement for a minute. Who the hell is giving him resistance to releasing UFO files when you're the president, right? That is a very significant statement. That is what needs to be fixed. If the president himself can't get or herself can't get a briefing, who in the hell has the authority to make that decision? Nobody.
What is that fierce resistance that Trump's talking about?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Trump.
What do you think it is?
I think there is a huge
Are we
amount of
mooning?
influence by the military
Things
industrial
happening.
complex, and it is an enormous business. Always has been.
Oh, now we're mooning.
It's huge. It is probably the world's largest business globally.
And why wouldn't the military-industrial complex want those files to be released?
Well, because they have to admit that they're part of the programs. Some of these folks, have been a lot of their successes is being able to work super secret programs for the U.S. government, and maybe there's technology that they don't want released. Maybe there's capabilities that we had that we don't want to tell our adversaries. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for it, which are understand. Some of them are actually legitimate. I can understand. I don't agree with, but I can understand.
How much do you think the average person on the street knows about what goes on in the Pentagon and behind the scenes of the government?
Brother, forget the government and Pentagon. How many parents, they can tell you who's a quarterback of their favorite football team and they can tell you their stats, but how many parents know who their kid sits next to during lunch or in second period math class? Government is, that's basic facts, man. We, as humans, most of us, we suck. We don't know anything, and we're so used to being force-fed information by whatever outlet du jour we want to tune into. If I'm a liberal, I'll watch this. If I'm a conservative, I'll watch that. I'll go straight to my echo chamber, and just hear what I want to hear, and have people tell me not only information that they think I need to know, but even my opinion of what it should be about. This is a much, much bigger issue than just UFOs and UAP. We as people have become extremely lazy, and we no longer are willing to ask the hard questions. We're not.
You were part of one program, but you also referenced this second program called the Legacy Program.
Mm-hmm.
What is the Legacy Program?
It is the traditional, long-held effort by the U.S. government to study UAP. People think ATIP was the only program in OSAP. Before that, there was Blue Book, and before that, the Legacy Program is the collaborative effort of individuals over the course of several decades that have been looking into this topic for the U.S. government and by the U.S. government.
And okay, just doing similar things to what ATIP did.
Yes, and more robust and much more well-funded.
I wonder why they don't fund it as well these days.
There's a reason for that too that I would need permission to talk about. There were some distractions in the early 2000s that lifted and shifted resources away from efforts to something else. You probably can figure out what that was, but there was an enormous resource drain and refocusing in the early 2000s to focus on something else, and so.
I heard you talk as well about this sort of different types of aliens per se, because when we think of aliens, we reflect on movies that we've seen, and they have like the big heads and things like that, and maybe they're like white, tall, skinny with like the big arms and the big legs and stuff like that. Is that what people in the Pentagon consider aliens to be? What we see in movies?
I can't speak on behalf of other people. I can only speak on behalf of me. I've been very, very careful not to stereotype anybody or anything. I think it's important. We have to keep an open mind, because when you say the word aliens, you are automatically presuming that these things are from outer space.
Mm-hmm.
They might not be. There's lots of different options. It doesn't have to be from outer space.
What do you believe? Do you believe they're amongst us?
Well, Can I explore this with you?
Mm-hmm.
This question? Okay, so it's not an either or. So in the beginning of our conversation, I told you I went to the University of Miami and I studied microbiology, immunology, and the study of parasites. Now, if you go to some anthropologists, they will suggest to you that modern human beings, Homo sapiens sapien, has been around roughly between 100 and possibly 200,000 years. So on a 24-hour clock, right, it's only the last 2,000 years, and it was the Greeks that proposed there were two fundamental life forms on this planet, and you were either a plant or you were an animal, and human beings were an animal. And so the 24-hour clock, you're probably talking maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, before midnight. Well, it was 300 years ago during the Renaissance or the days of enlightenment that we discovered an entire new life form on this planet that's been here all along. And that was neither plant nor animal. It was the world of fungus. And we pat ourselves on the shoulder and say, hey, we found a new life form. In this 24-hour clock, it's been probably the last maybe 10 seconds, last 120 years only, that we discovered for the first time the true dominant alpha life form on this planet. And in fact, if you take all the biomass of every plant and all the biomass of every animal and all the biomass of every fungus and added it all up together, it still will not equal the biomass of this hidden yet dominant life form that's been on this planet all along. And it wasn't until we could have the technology to curve glass and look through a little tube and famously shout the words, little beasties, did we discover the world of microorganisms. Okay, the true dominant life form on this planet that's been here all along. In fact, it's inside of us, it makes us up, it's pervasive everywhere. And we just discovered it. So when I say to people, when people say, oh, do you think from outer space? They can be from outer space, inner space, or frankly, the space in between. These things could be just as natural to our environment as we are. Maybe we're at the point now where technologically we can start interacting. Maybe they're from under the ocean. Look, less than 10% of the ocean floor has been mapped. We know more about the surface of the moon than we do of our own oceans. Is it possible these things are just as natural to this planet as we are? Possibly. Or is it possible these things are from somewhere else? Yes, that's possible too. So we have to keep all options on the table until they're no longer on the table. We live in an infinitely complex universe. See if I can, and I've often used this before to try to help people wrap their heads around this.
What kind of hocus pocus is this guy talking about?
5 fundamental senses. And if we can't touch it, taste it, hear it, smell it, etc., we can't interact with it. We have no idea it's there. Where I live out in Wyoming, we have these beautiful night skies, unoccluded night skies, and you can see all the heavens, beautiful Milky Way in front of you. If you were to look through that same night sky through a radio telescope, you would see something different. You would see nebula. You would see things that you can't normally perceive in the ultraviolet and infrared spectrums and X-ray, right? It's there, you just can't perceive it. It's just like if you had cell phone vision. All of a sudden now you can see in Wi-Fi and 5G. You would see an entirely different reality around you. So
guy on fucking crack.
We perceive life through a very narrow spectrum of visible light, the visible light spectrum, when reality is most everything else kind of lies beyond that. And then you have a scale issue. You have a scalability issue. What do I mean by scalability? We are a human being. You and I are having a lovely conversation here somewhere in some place on this planet. Revolving around an obscure star, an obscure part of the Milky Way galaxy amongst a supercluster of other galaxies. The visible horizon from any direction we look at of light, the size of the universe, has been estimated to be between 13.6 to 13.9 billion light years. Billion. What is a light year? A light year is the distance that a photon of light can travel in the course of a year. And how fast is that? Well, light travels at roughly 186,000 miles per second, or 7.5 times around our planet in 1 second, right? Really fast. Imagine how far that goes in a year, and now imagine how far that goes 13.9
We're not reading it anymore.
So we're in the middle of the universe here. Our universal horizon in any direction is 13.9 billion light years. And in that direction, another 13.9, so roughly 27 billion light years across, and we're in the middle. Now, scientists are estimating that's less than 10% of the actual size of the universe. The universe is actually much, much bigger than that. This is just the universal horizon, because the expansion of the universe, light this far will never reach Earth. So now you're talking about a size 100 billion light years, and as small as we are, right in the middle, this infinitesimally small speck. Keep in mind, in our visible universe alone, there are more stars than there are grains of sand in all the beaches in all the world. Think about that incomprehensible number. And as small as we are. Now, humor me with this. Take one atom, one hydrogen atom, Avogadro's number 1 times 10 to the negative 23, okay? That's roughly the same order of magnitude as we are to the universe. So we have this entire huge universe outside and this entire little universe inside every single human being. And we as human beings can only interact with 1 or 2 orders of magnitude up or down. Otherwise, the universe is simply too big or too small. We just will never be able to know. And that is reality. That's where most of everything lies. That's where most of reality is. It's either up there or inside or everything in between. So I guess my point is, every time.
So I guess my point is, dude, this guy. But yeah, he's kind of right though. Like I understand what he means.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Because most people say aliens and Hollywood and little eggheads running around. There's so much more to it. It doesn't. This is us imposing a Hollywood idea of what an alien should look like. And by the way, let's not forget their anthropomorphic values, right? They look like us, they have arms like us, and heads like us, and eyes like us, because we view everything through anthropomorphic eyes. It's the reason why we call our dogs human names and we treat them like humans, because we treat everything as if they have human values, human motivation, human intent, when we may be dealing with something completely different. This could be like artificial intelligence. It's just binary, input in, input out. We don't know. And so these are some of the questions we have to, really as we're moving down this pathway. This is why I always tell people, look, all options have to be on the table until they're no longer on the table, because we simply don't know.
We also don't know what their intentions are and why they might be here.
That's right.
Why they might be visiting here.
That's right.
Do you have any theories as to what their intentions might be?
Brother, there's a whole range of theories. I mean, it could be simply as like when we're on the African Serengeti and we see the wildebeest and we're in a helicopter and, not to make fun of it, but you sit there and say, oh, that one, we dart it, boom. What do? We land the helicopter, we come out, we draw blood, we do tests. We want to see its diet and its migratory patterns, its health. And then what happens? The wildebeest wakes up, kind of groggy, disoriented, stumbles over to the watering hole and he's like, hey, Bill, you're not going to believe this, man. This thing came out of the sky. All some weird stuff happened. I was being touched. I woke up and now my butt hurts, right? It could be something as simple as that.
Do you believe any of those reports? Because people do say that they were abducted by aliens.
Well, this is my point, right? So that's one option. The other option could be simply to monitor us. It could be that we are getting very close to being able to replicate what they can do. And if that's the case, maybe technologically we're only 100, 200 years behind. And if that's the case, now all of a sudden we're going to be new neighbors, right? And that could be problematic because our species is very violent. We do a lot of bad things to each other. Are we really ready to go out and meet our potential friends from out of town? I don't know. I mean, we're pretty horrible to each other. So maybe not. Certainly if I was them and I knew we were getting close, I would probably be pretty interested in what we're doing too. As far as the abductions, I don't know what to tell you because I've never been abducted. I've had some people that swear by it. But
I've never been abducted.
You can't have a conversation about abduction and then say, "Oh, they're here for peaceful reasons." It doesn't work that way.
Do you believe them? The people that swear by it?
I believe that they are being truthful. That experience they feel is real. I don't think they're lying. But the question is,
did it happen? Is the question?
Yeah, I can't say because I wasn't there. But I can tell you that we definitely have people that have had experiences where they are now on U.S. government full medical disability in writing because they got too close to a UAP. Now, was it deliberate that they got injured or was it just a byproduct of the technology? They got too close to it.
What does that mean they got too close to it? And you mentioned that there's some people that are on U.S. disability allowance, so they're being paid by the U.S. government.
Mm-hmm. In writing because they had a UAP and they were involved in a
Is there a tinfoil people?
Definition.
Well, so let's look at it.
Yeah.
Here's a better one. You go to the airport, right? And I'm going to hop on a 737 and go fly to Fort Lauderdale. There's no real threat there. I'm getting on a plane. It's safe. Have a cocktail, watch a movie, read a magazine. Now, if I were to walk out onto the tarmac, onto the runway where that same airplane is, and that airplane decides to spool up its jet engine, chances are I'm going to be injured. I'm going to get burned. I'm going to lose my hearing and possibly a lot worse, right? There are individuals, U.S. government servicemen and women, and there's also intelligence officials who have been injured by getting too close to a UAP, whether incidentally or it was deliberate or not. The question is, was that injury sustained because it was deliberate, or was that injury sustained because it was just a matter of being too close to the technology? For example, it's like putting your head near a microwave oven when it's on. It's probably not very good for you, right?
And have those people spoken out?
Absolutely.
What's like a good example?
There's an individual right now named John Burroughs who had his medical files classified, and the U.S. government, thankfully, because of late Senator John McCain from Arizona, forced the Air Force to release his files. And as a result, he was able to get full medical disability because of an incident.
Yeah, it's true. It was
him and another individual
pretty good.
in the UK, known as Rendlesham Forest incident or Bentwaters incident, where there was a joint U.S. and UK base, and there was a UFO incident where this thing had landed in the forest, and they went out to go see this thing, and they were injured.
And they were in the military at the time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Air Force Special Police or police officers.
They were injured.
They were injured, and that's not.
It looks like Pin Boy
that have been injured right now that are under medical care by government doctors. That is a fact.
When they give their account of what happened, what do they say?
It depends who you ask. I mean, there's some consistency within some of the stories, and then there's some divergence. You know, it's like somebody who says they've been in a car accident, depending what kind of car you're in, and was it a multiple car pileup, and where were you sitting in the car, you're going to have a slightly different experience. So it's not one shoe fits all.
You talk about how there's been a lot of UAP sightings at nuclear technology facilities.
Yes. That is why this is a national security issue, because they seem to be able to disable our nuclear capabilities. Now people say, oh, well, that's like, taking matches out of a kid's hands, and it's, well, maybe, but in Russia, there's information to suggest they actually turned them on. So, we have to be really careful with that. Our nuclear triad capability is really the crown jewels of the U.S. government. And so if a country or an adversary has the ability to interfere with a nuclear response, that's significant.
There's evidence to suggest that they turned on the nuclear facilities in Russia.
Yes.
What is that evidence?
Well,
and when was that?
There's evidence that there's actually a KGB report that suggested that the one of their places was actually turned on. In fact, there's a lot. Let me be careful what I say here. So after the Berlin Wall fell, there was this brief period between the Soviet Union and the U.S. where
let me be careful what I say.
We're sharing information with us and our government. I think that's about all I could probably say about that. But there was some very interesting information that we were able to see.
I was reading about this really interesting incident called the Colares incident.
Colares in Brazil.
I can't pronounce that. Say that.
Oh, you did great. Colares.
Colares, which was in 1977 to 1978. And it sounded like a UAP incident that was witnessed by hundreds, thousands of people.
It was investigated officially by the Brazilian military under the command and control of a 4-star general named General Uchoa. And he has explained before he passed away that even his own military personnel had been attacked by UAP.
And what did they see? What did they document see?
Oh my goodness, a whole litany of things. A lot of the locals recall being terrified by these things being pursued by them, almost being like a laser blast, if you can imagine that, or directed energy type injury. Very provocative. Some of the military personnel were injured as well. A lot of medical doctors came in afterwards to look at the locals and the military personnel, validating the presumption that there was some sort of directed energy type damage, tissue damage to some of these people. And of course, then the fear kind of escalated into some of the other, local lore of some other things. But it was very well established by the Brazilian military, who also witnessed these encounters. So it's not like just some people in a remote village. These were Brazilian military officers who also vouched for it. And I've spoken to dozens and dozens of military officers all throughout Latin America and Chile and Peru and Uruguay. And, they all reporting, in some cases, some very, very similar encounters, not necessarily with Colares, but innocent amongst themselves, people who don't even know each other, separated by different countries, are telling me their same encounter and the same morphology of craft, and how they would in some cases even try to engage in a dogfight and use cannons, conventional guns, to no avail, of course. And there's reports of that in Tehran incident, I believe it's 1978, the Tehran incident with an F-14 Tomcat, where the pilot, his aircraft was disabled every time he tried to engage a target. And then, I superimposed that with here in Huntsville, Alabama, we had some helicopters that we were testing, and something like 8 out of the 8 test pilots all reported UAP coming around their helicopters while they were testing them. And one even reported that he believed his helicopter was disabled, and he went into an emergency situation. I think it was an emergency auto rotation situation. And as soon as the UAP left, he was able to regain control of his helicopter.
Should we be worried about this?
No, I don't think worried. I think we should be concerned because, look, from a governmental perspective, to determine this, and this is why I always say this is a national security issue, but not a national security threat. And there's a reason why. So there's a very simple calculus to determine if something is a threat. It's capabilities versus intent. We've seen some of the capabilities. We have no idea the intent. No clue. So we don't know if it's a threat. And let me give you a little analogy here that might help kind of put this. I use this analogy a lot to help illustrate what do I mean. I'm sure you live in a lovely home. Let me ask you the question. Do you lock your front door before you go to bed?
Yes.
Okay. And you know what? I do too. And I think most people, we don't expect anything bad to happen, but just out of precaution, right? And some folks may go the extra mile and decide, I'm going to just make sure the windows are locked once in a while. And you know what? I might even turn the alarm on at night because I can. Let's say you wake up one Sunday morning to have yourself
100 points spread.
Or coffee, and you walk downstairs, and all of a sudden, as you come downstairs one bright morning, you notice size 12 muddy boot prints on your living room carpet that were not there the night before. Now, no one's been hurt, nothing's out of place, but despite you locking the front door and checking the windows and turning on the alarm, there are now boot prints in your living room floor that were not there the night before. My question to you is that a threat? My response is, it could be if it wanted to be, so we should probably figure out how it's getting into the house. This is kind of the same analogy. Are these things that can
I don't see any spread here. Wait, where's it?
Controlled
What?
US airspace,
What is he talking about?
over sensitive military installations, potentially interfere with our nuclear equities and capabilities? We should probably figure out what these things are.
With everything that you know in mind and everything you've witnessed and seen, if you had to argue against yourself, if you had to argue the case against everything that you believe to make the case that UAPs don't exist, what exactly would you say?
Well, you can't say they don't exist. We're beyond that. They're real, whatever they are. But I could make the argument that it's foreign adversarial technology. It's Russia. It's China, right? They have leapfrogged us technologically and have been able to execute this plan wonderfully. And then the other option is that it's all a grand hallucination. So let's go down each argument. Let's go down the fact that maybe this is, I don't know, Chinese technology, Russian technology. After all, the Chinese did send balloons over our northern continental United States, spy balloons, and, for who knows how long, and we never did anything about it and tracked it. That means that for the last 70 years, some country has been able to create a technology in secret that's so far advanced of anything we have, and, by the way, deploy it over the continental United States for 70 years. Completely non-attributed. Now, where were we 70 years ago? Well, we're on the heels of World War II. We had just broken the sound barrier, and we hadn't made it into space yet. Where was China? In the middle of a famine. Where was Russia? No better than we were. So if this was Chinese technology or Russian technology back then, because we had the data to show it goes all the way back, this would be the greatest intelligence failure this country has ever faced, eclipsing that of even 9/11. Because despite the billions of dollars in the 17 intelligence organizations over 70 years, there's not a trace that these countries were able to develop this and fly over our country and do what we're seeing. So that's option one. Also, temporally speaking, that type of technology didn't exist back in 1950. 1948. Not by us anyway. So that would be like going into King Tut's tomb for the very first time in the 1920s and looking in there and all of a sudden discovering a fully assembled and functioning 747. Doesn't make sense. Egyptians didn't have the technology back then, right? So let's go to the other option. So that would be the huge, biggest intelligence failure that this country's ever experienced, and that's not a good option and very, very unlikely. So the other option is you know what? It's a mass hallucination. Everybody's crazy. So let's go down that rabbit hole for a second. So some of the best and brightest in our intelligence community and our Department of Defense are Top Gun trained pilots who are trusted to fly live munitions over cities, populated cities, fight and win wars on our behalf. Men and women who have their finger literally on the nuclear button. They're all crazy. They're all absolutely certifiably insane. We've got a bigger problem on our hands than UAP.
What percentage of them have made reports of UAP?
You know, it's hard to say percentage because you don't know, because the ones that don't report, there's no way to measure, right? You only know the ones that do report. So there's no way. Now, we can tell you that people more are reporting because they feel that it's safe, that they can report. But we don't have any metric right now that tells us who's not reporting because they're not reporting.
When we think about this hallucination rationale, I remember many years ago, you know, and I think it was in relation to physical hallucinations. I remember ghosts and things like that. Yeah, it was in relation to ghosts. Someone said to me, they said,
Holy shit.
if really extremely improbable things never happened, then that would be a miracle. Because just like the nature of probability means that most sort of predictable things happen most of the time. And then as you get down probability, there's this one side of it, which is highly improbable.
Bell-shaped curve.
Yeah, exactly. So like on the bell-shaped curve, this side of it is extremely improbable things. You know, what's the extremely improbable example? We start talking about Andrew Huberman, and then my phone rings and it's Andrew Huberman. And we go, oh my God, what are the odds of that being Andrew Huberman? We were just talking about him. And the issue there is we've spoken about many people and the phone never rang. But on the one time it does, we connect the dots in hindsight and we go, that is a miracle. And we attribute meaning to that. Is it not possible that, you know, if there's thousands and thousands of these sightings, there's also billions of non-sightings? So on that bell curve of probability, these are just the unexplainable, highly improbable 1,000 incidents of, you know, maybe there was something on the camera, maybe there was some
ball lightning, atmospheric anomaly. But the problem is we're going back to the idea that there are multiple sensor systems collecting the same information at the same time under the same circumstances, right? This isn't just one person, like your call. Oh my gosh, out of the blue, the guy calls. You've got multiple platforms reporting the information at the same time simultaneously, right? So it's not just, oh, well, I saw an atmospheric aberration. The radar's picking it up. The gun camera's picking it up. The FLIR's picking it up. And another radar system's picking it up. And another radar. And by the way, other capabilities, which I can't discuss here, are also picking it up. So it's a real thing. Now, could it be a Russian rocket on reentry that happened to use up all its hydrazine and now the booster rocket is burning up? Yeah, but then you don't have these 90-degree turns. You don't have 180-degree turns. You don't have something coming in, sitting at 80,000 feet, then dropping up right above the surface of the water, hovering 50 feet, and then popping right back up again, that you can measure. It's quantifiable and qualifiable data.
Is that you referring to what they call the Tic Tac incident? Is that what that is as well?
So the Tic Tac incident that's not the video from the Tic Tac, but yeah, the Tic Tac incident are these objects that were detected. At one point, one of the operators said it was raining UFOs. So the Spy-1 radar can detect a baseball-sized object at 80,000 feet. Okay, so very, very capable. You had E-2 Hawkeye.
What's that?
It's an air platform. It's an aircraft. It's a flying radar system that we use to provide combat support, air support, and combat control for aircraft. So you have the Aegis-class destroyer. It's basically like a Ticonderoga class, I think. You have the USS Princeton with the Spy-1 radar, one of the world's most premier at the time radar systems on the planet. You have the E-2 Hawkeye also picking it up on radar. Then you have the aircraft that could pick it up on radar. Then you have the eyewitnesses picking up on radar. Then you have also the footage, the FLIR footage, picking these things up as well, electro-optically. So you're talking about something that is at 80,000 feet then within a blink of an eye has the ability to drop down to 50 feet and then go right back up again instantly. And it's all being verified by various different sensor systems. Now, in this particular case, I'm convoluting a little bit because the pilot's incident confirmed the Tic Tac, but they didn't see it dropping out of 80,000 feet. So I'm kind of putting it all together to make it a little easier for people to consume. But the Tic Tac incident wasn't really an incident. It was incidents over a protracted period of time in the early November timeframe. So it wasn't just one incident. There are multiple incidents, but it's referred to as the Tic Tac incident because the pilots actually reported seeing this white flying, what's been described as a lozenge, what's been described historically as a white flying butane tank. In this particular case, it was described as a white flying Tic Tac, like the breath mint Tic Tac.
And they saw
White
it go
flying
up,
Tic
down
Tac.
on radars and systems like that. And
Oh yeah, they saw it up and down on radar systems, and then the pilots actually saw it zip away and bang, disappear over the horizon. Only later on, within a few moments, to be picked up on radar again, 60 miles away at their cap point, where they're supposed to rendezvous next. So you're talking incredible speeds, incredible hypersonic velocity, instantaneous acceleration, low observability, all the anti-gravity, all the observables. And that's just one. That's just one that's publicly known. There's a lot more of these things that have been happening.
how long were you with this, working on that project at the Pentagon? ATIP?
8 years.
8 years.
I'm an old guy. This is gray, not blonde.
Let's talk about our sponsor, Whoop, quickly. We're now on the home stretch of Sober October, and this is where I would normally share my key takeaways. But as I haven't been drinking for over a year now, I thought you might prefer to hear from a listener who's given up alcohol for the first time through each day. That's had a big impact on my life, but also my partner's life. They are a sponsor of this podcast. Infrared sauna blanket before I sleep. My sleep scores just infrared sauna blankets.
Fuck is
You
this
get your
shit?
coffee. You get your coffee. You get year-long warranty. Head to bondcharge.com/diary and get started on your infrared
/diarrhea.
sauna journey today. What's like a day in the life of someone working in a project that deals with UFOs at the Pentagon? Like, you come in the morning, you get your coffee.
I had the two worst portfolios anybody could ever ask for at the Pentagon. I was like a pariah. I had the two most unpopular portfolios. I was, on one hand, I was working the UAP issue, UFO issue. On the other hand, I was also working Guantanamo Bay issues. Very politically charged, very untenable situation. But that was my job. So I had both those portfolios. And so every day was, it was like riding a tiger to work. And every day that tiger just wanted to rip you off and shred you into pieces. And you just had to hold on for dear life. Yeah, it was stressful. In 2014, I was informed that I was put on the ISIS Al-Qaeda kill list for my work at involving Guantanamo Bay.
What?
And of course, we had the UAP issue. It was uncomfortable. It was uncomfortable times. It was uncomfortable time for me professionally. I wouldn't have wished it on anybody.
Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed the people. I enjoyed the mission and doing what I thought and what I think is right for our nation. But no, I mean, if there was an easier job I could have had, I probably would have done it. But most of my jobs, I tended to be handpicked to do the jobs I had done. I guess someone somewhere thought I was doing a good job with other stuff, and they kind of always would bump me to new stuff.
How does your work with UFOs and your belief in these other, I was going to say life forms, but just these other forms of, I don't know, activity that we can't explain, because I hesitate on the word life forms because, again...
yeah, and let me say, it's not a belief in life. It's a belief in possibilities.
Okay, right.
I don't know. I can't tell you definitively that, I believe in, life and it looks like this in other parts of the galaxy. I don't know. I don't know that. I haven't been to space. I couldn't tell you. But we have to remain open to the possibilities and look at the data, allow the data to speak for itself, and then draw conclusions based upon the data.
Did this understanding make your life more fulfilling or feel more insignificant? Because I sometimes think of when I spend time watching space movies and documentaries and I see them flying, I don't know, to Mars and then through these black holes and stuff, it reminds me how big and vast the universe really is. And all of that then makes me feel a few things, two things in at the same time. One of them is like totally insignificant in the grand scheme of what's out there, and the technologies you've described and the way you've described them in part makes me feel quite insignificant, because I'm just this tiny little grain of sand in this never-ending beach, and I really don't matter in the grand scheme of this. And then the second thing, which is a positive consequence of that feeling, is it kind of alleviates your anxiety, I guess. Like nothing really matters. There's nothing to worry about.
That is very insightful. Can I ask you a favor?
Mhm.
So you have the little iPad in front of you. Type in the words pale blue dot under Google Images, and I want you to tell me what you see.
Hey, what?
Okay, I'll type in pale blue dot.
Do you know what that is? Take a look at that. Blow it up. Zoom in. What do you see?
It's a tiny little dot of light. There's this massive, it looks like kind of like the night sky almost. And there's this tiny little dot of light.
You know what that is?
What is that?
That's the planet you live on. That's Earth.
Oh, that's Earth. Okay.
Every memory, every piece of history occurred on that tiny little insignificant ball hurtling through the vastness and vacuum of space. And that ray of light is actually from the sun. And that was taken by one of our probes as it was heading out towards the solar system, and it was told to turn back and take a picture. That's our home. How does that picture make you feel?
Totally insignificant, irrelevant, like I just don't matter.
But how about this? Yes, it will make you feel insignificant, but you know what else it can do? Make you realize just how special we really are. That little blue dot, the little engine that could, that's where we live. That's our home. And that is real, and that is special. So, to answer your question, how does it make me feel? You can feel insignificant and still feel special at the same time. And that's why I wanted you to see that picture, because you're illustrating for me exactly the question you're asking me. And so in order to, rather than just give you an answer, I wanted you to experience my answer, and that is my answer.
What do your kids think of what you do these days?
I don't know what I do. My children are the greatest accomplishment of my life. There'll be nothing in my life that will ever come close to the achievement of being a father, period, full stop. So there's nothing I will ever do that will come close to that. So it doesn't really matter what I do else in life, because that's the most important. Now, what do they think about what I do? You probably have to ask them.
Do they believe in UAP?
It's not belief. They believe in data. I never told them to believe in UAP.
But do they believe that we are alone in the universe?
That's a different question. You'd have to ask them for that. But let's break that down again, because it's important. We love going into these binary things, either or. Okay. Does life exist in the universe? Yes. This is living proof. This planet. Okay. In fact, life is abundant. Life is everywhere on this planet. Even the place that we think could never possibly exist, it is there and it thrives. My daughters are very open-minded, but they're also independent thinkers. I taught them, don't be like mom and dad if you don't want to be like mom and dad. If we do something stupid, don't do it. Learn the lesson. So we've never prescribed our children what to think or what to believe, ever. It's been up to them. They are incredibly intelligent. They both have very successful careers, and they think on their own. And what they think is sacred. And I don't ever want to interfere with that. And I've always told them, I'm not asking you to believe anything.
Do you believe we're alone in the universe?
We are absolutely not alone in the universe.
We just better hope the other life is kind, I guess.
See, but there we go again. Me too. But what is kind?
Let's just hope they don't hurt us.
That's different. You're right.
Let's hope they don't eradicate us.
Right. Let's hope they're not malevolent. I would agree with that. Let's hope they're not, here for their own interests and not ours.
Why did you call the book imminent?
Open the first page. There, when you get to the first written actual words, it's before the forward. What's it say?
It says, you may be wondering why I titled this book imminent. The word itself sometimes is associated with another word, threat. Although at first glance, it may appear that this book focuses on the potential threat of unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, or UFOs in the vernacular. That is not my intent. According to some of the common definitions of the word imminent, it usually means something is about to happen, or impending, or inevitable. This is precisely why I chose this title. The invasion isn't imminent, though. That's kind of what I'm trying to check.
I know. I know. But that's not my intent.
We have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're going to be leaving it for. And the question that's been left for you is, what is something you were once deeply afraid of that now you are no longer afraid of?
Fear. Fear. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I used to be afraid of everything, afraid of combat, afraid of death, afraid of war, afraid of healthcare issues, afraid of other people. Not for me, but for other people. It's a little bit liberating to not be afraid. It's like the old saying, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, right? I mean, clearly I'm still concerned. There's concern, but actual fear, man, I'm over 50 years old, brother. There's nothing that anybody can do to me that at this point I've lived a full life and I've had more than my fair share. Whatever, dude. You know, if I spend the rest of my life, it doesn't matter because I've lived such an incredible life and I've an incredible family. So it doesn't really matter.
Lou, thank you. Thank you for your time and thank you for writing a book which gives us a very, very rare view into what happens inside the Pentagon as well as to the subject of UAP/UFOs. It's called Inside the Pentagon's Hunt for UFOs Imminent. And I highly recommend anybody that's interested in these subjects to read this book. I'll link it in the description below because it's fascinating. You know, I'm certainly someone that believes we're not alone in the universe. I have no idea what that means or what that looks like. And I think to really have a strong view either way, to think that we're not alone or to think that you can perfectly articulate who is here with us is probably some form of naivety and ignorance. And probably, you know...
Well, they're one and the same, right? The true believers and the true skeptics. They're just on opposite ends of the spectrum because no matter what information you give them, they're never going to change their narrative. So I think you're right.
And I think generally, a better position to take on all these subjects is to remain open-minded. And that's why I was keen to have this conversation because I like to remain open-minded to information. And there's so many times in history that we thought we had it figured out and we didn't. So to think we have it figured out now is stupidity, frankly. So
exactly.
Lou, thank you.
My honor and privilege. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Isn't this cool? Every single conversation I have here on the Diary of a CEO, at the very end of it, you'll know, I asked the guest to leave a question in the Diary of a CEO. And what we've done is we've turned every single question written in the Diary of a CEO into these conversation cards that you can play at home. So you've got every guest we've ever had, their question, and on the back of it, if you scan that QR code, you get to watch the person who answered that question. We're finally revealing all of the questions and the people that answered the question. The brand new version 2 updated conversation cards are out right now at theconversationcards.com. They've sold out twice instantaneously. So if you are interested in getting hold of some limited edition conversation cards, I really, really recommend acting quickly.
What?
Cancer is very preventable when the medical establishment acknowledges what I know about this disorder, what's causing it.
Blah, blah, blah.
Numbers there, and it was 8,000 people a day are dying from cancer. Obviously, the population is so much larger.
Of cancer are people dying from? What is the most popular types of cancer for men and women?
Well, it's always been lung cancer, pretty much for men and women. Lung cancer has always been the number one, but we have pancreatic, breast cancer, colon cancer. These are all on the rise. Colon cancer is on the rise. Pancreatic cancer is on the rise in this country. I can't speak for other countries. They may vary slightly due to diet and lifestyle issues, but lung cancer has always been recognized as the number one cancer.
How many people in the United States then, based on the statistics, would develop cancer?
Well, it seems to increase every year, so it's kind of a moving target. It doesn't seem to go down. What it is today, I don't know, but what I do know is the numbers of people that are dying each day, because the American Cancer Society comes out with, I think it's 612,000 people will die this year, 2024, from cancer in this year. So divide it by 365, and it comes out to just about 1,700 people a day. Divide that number by 24, and you get about 70 people an hour, based on the numbers provided to us from the American Cancer Society. When they say we've made major advances in cancer incidences, right? So in the 1990s, they instituted the anti-smoking campaigns, all right? So today, if you read, they say we have reduced cancer deaths by 31 or 32%. Wow, that sounds really impressive. So what they do is they take the number. This is what the American Cancer Society has done. It's published in their papers. Okay, if we didn't stop smoking in the 90s and everybody continued to smoke, the trajectory would be very, very high. Because we stopped smoking, we have 33% lower death than if we didn't stop smoking. But the trajectory is continuing to increase, maybe not as steep as it would have been had we continued to smoke. So it was clearly a prevention. It had nothing to do with a treatment. It had to do with prevention. That was giving we've made major advances in reducing cancer death rate. Yeah, because people stopped smoking. For many, many people, more people would have died had they not smoked. So we have people that are not real people. We're just looking at what would have happened if we didn't stop smoking.
What are the leading causes of death worldwide in terms of diseases? I hear that heart disease is number one.
I think heart disease is number one. Cancer is number two.
Okay. And there are many different types of cancer, right? I heard there's hundreds of different forms of cancer.
If you look under the electron microscope, or even a light microscope, this is how most cancers are diagnosed by light microscopy. You look under the microscope and you see a bunch of cells that are dysmorphic in the way they look, and then they all have genetic defects and all this kind of stuff. But they all have one thing in common. They depend on a fermentation, energy without oxygen. So all cancers are a singular type of disease. It's just that they happen in different tissues. But when you look at the underlying problem, they're all very, very similar. They can't live without a fermentation, which means energy without oxygen. So that's the common pathophysiological problem in all cancers, whether it's a colon, brain, breast, bladder, skin, lung. We've looked at all these cancers, and they're all essentially using the same mechanism to grow out of control.
So what is that fermentation you mentioned?
Fermentation is energy without oxygen.
What does that mean?
We breathe air, and we exhale CO2 and water vapor. And those are the waste products of the food that we eat. Everything is broken down and combusted in our mitochondria of the cell. And the waste products are CO2 and water vapors. Those are the waste products. But if you and I were to stop breathing for any particular time period, our bodies would fill up with lactic acid and succinic acid, like if we were to have a heart attack, or when somebody has a heart attack. They don't die instantly. If they're there for 5 or 7 minutes without oxygen, they may die because the brain dies. But if you can get the heart to beat again and get oxygen back in the system, you can come alive again. But when we have that massive interruption of oxygen into our body, the cells fall back on they immediately turn on these ancient pathways to get energy without oxygen for a short period of time. And that's the sugar glucose, which is already in our bloodstream from the food we eat, and the amino acid glutamine, which is an amino acid in our bloodstreams. Highest level of amino acid is the glutamine. These two fuels are now burned for energy, obtain energy without oxygen. These pathways upregulate, and you can get ATP, which is energy, to keep you alive for a short period of time. But your bloodstream is filling up with the waste products called lactic acid and succinic acid. Lactic acid is coming from glucose, the sugar, and succinic acid is coming from the amino acid glutamine. And they build up, and that tells you you're fermenting. You're getting energy without oxygen because you're not breathing. Very simple. You're not breathing, but I'm not dead yet. Now, of course, if you don't get it for very long, you die. It's just that. Now, the other way you can stop oxygenation in our bodies quickly is with the poison cyanide. So if we, God forbid, we were to take cyanide, we'd be both dead within a minute. We just because our bodies are completely shut down of energy from oxygen. Now, here's the cancer cell. The cancer cell can live in cyanide. Cyanide does not kill a tumor, okay? Otto Warburg showed this a long time ago, and we've also shown the same thing in our lab. Others have shown this. The interesting thing is when you look at cancer cells, even in the presence of oxygen, even in oxygen, they're throwing out lactic acid and succinic acid. What does that mean? That means the organelle inside the cell that generates energy is not efficient. It's inefficient, and the cells are using ancient fermentation. And when I say ancient fermentation, you have to realize the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. The organisms that existed on our planet 2.5 billion years ago were all fermenters. There was no oxygen in the atmosphere until the photosynthetic bacteria started making oxygen. They were living cells. They had no oxygen. And they were growing like crazy, unregulated growth. Just what's going on here? And they would die as soon as the fermentable fuels were dissipated. As they gobbled up everything, they would just die. So they lived as long as they could reproduce and have fermentation fuels. The cancer cell in our body is doing nothing than falling back on these ancient fermentation pathways that become accelerated, upregulated in the tumor cell because the efficiency of the energy coming from the mitochondria is now depleted. It's defective in many different ways. So this is very clear. And this happens in lung cancer, colon cancer. We've looked at all the major cancers, and we found out these common defects are seen in all cancers. So they're all very similar in their metabolism. They're very different in what they look like under the microscope. Lung doesn't look like colon, doesn't look like brain. They're very different genetically. They're all different from each other, but they're all common in a dependency on this ancient pathway of energy metabolism.
Can you take me back? You mentioned a guy called Wahlberg there?
Yeah.
Can you take me back on the journey that the scientific community, or at least you have been on, to arrive at the conclusion that the central sort of causal factor, at least an indication of the causal factor of cancer, lies in this shift in energy systems? Where did this understanding start in research?
Well, it started with Otto Warburg for sure in the 1920s. The other linkage, before I tell you what Otto Warburg did, because I was like everybody else, I thought cancer was a genetic disease, and I heard about Warburg, didn't really know what he was talking about or invested any time thinking about what he said. But Linda Nebling was a PhD nursing student at Case Western Reserve University in Ohio, and she took these two little hopeless kids, brain cancer. We call hopeless cases when they have no predictability of long-term survival. And she gave them a ketogenic diet to lower blood sugar. And she was able to rescue these kids. One eventually died. The other one was lost to follow-up. And she said her strategy was based on what Otto Warburg had said about glucose and cancer. So then I said, Warburg? I said, who the hell? Let me go back and check out who this guy was and what he did. Because I was seeing similar things in the mouse with that drug. It was lowering glucose. And we were shrinking these tumor cells. And we published a paper, one of the first ever papers, linking that how high your blood sugar is determines how fast your tumor will grow in the mice. And now this has been replicated in all human cancers. The higher your blood sugar, the faster the tumor grows. The lower the blood sugar, the slower the tumor grows. Undeniable for all different human mouse cancers. Wow. So Warburg had said this a long time ago, back in the 1920s. He was taking slices of all kinds of human and rat, mouse tumors and slicing them up. And he noticed something really strange about these cancers. They take in less oxygen compared to the normal tissue from which they came. Wow, so they're kind of like oxygen deprived. And they were throwing out this lactic acid waste product that he was saying. And they were taking in so much more glucose than the normal. So the normal cells take in just a little bit of glucose and they can make tremendous energy from a tiny amount. This guy was taking in huge amounts of glucose, but not fully metabolizing it to CO2 and water, but dumping it out as lactic acid, which is a breakdown product of glucose that is not fully metabolized in the cell. Wow, he said, this is unbelievable. And then he did all kinds of tissue. I looked at his data. It was unbelievable. He was cutting humans, mice, rats, and seeing the same thing over and over again. And he was saying the origin of cancer has to do with something in the ability of the mitochondria, the organelle, to generate efficient energy from oxygen.
So the mitochondria is the part of the cell that creates energy?
It's the part of the cell that creates energy through oxidative phosphorylation, which is burning energy using oxygen, okay?
Okay, so it's like an engine.
It's an engine, a very highly efficient engine. This is an organelle. You have to realize we have the cell, and we have a nucleus that everybody knows about, this nucleus, and then we have all these little organelles in there. We have lysosomes, and we have the mitochondrion, which is like a spaghetti network inside the cell. They fuse. It's actually a second living organism inside our cells.
And to simplify what they do, the mitochondria, they convert oxygen and glucose into energy?
Yes, and they combust energy. They take the foods that we eat have carbon hydrogen bonds, okay, and we break those down inside our mitochondria. And when we break those bonds down, we create a hydrogen gradient, and we dissipate that gradient through an impeller mechanism that generates energy like crazy. It's unbelievable. Very efficient, highly efficient. But the cancer cell has corruption in that system. But it doesn't happen overnight. As Warburg said, if you break that system too acutely and too fast, the cell will die. It doesn't have the... So you have to have two things to get from oxidative phosphorylation to energy with minimal oxygen fermentation.
Sorry, just to keep it simple, from a normal cell to a cancer cell.
From a normal cell to a cancer cell doesn't happen overnight.
Okay.
It's a chronic damage to the ability of that organelle inside the cell to generate efficient energy, okay? So all we have to know with cancer is that how are they growing so rapidly? Why are they going out of control? How come it's so hard to kill them? Because as long as you have those fermentable fuels that drive this ancient fermentation pathway, they will continue to grow. They're very hard to kill.
And the fermenting fuels are glucose and
glutamine.
Glutamine.
Yeah. Okay, so here, let me tell you in a nutshell. Are you ready? Brace yourself. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you braced? Are you braced?
Sufficiently braced.
He's sufficiently braced. Okay. So a solution to the cancer problem, to manage cancer without toxicity, is to simultaneously restrict the two fuels that are needed to drive this dysregulated growth while transitioning the whole body off to a fuel that the tumor cells can't use, which is fatty acids and ketone bodies. So when we take the cancer patients or the mice, we put them into a calorie restriction, lowering the blood sugar, that I said is 1/2 of the two fuels. You can lower that down really, really low. And then we use specific drugs to target the glutamine. And together we can selectively restrict the two fuels while we transition the whole body over to ketones. We, as a species, evolved to be in nutritional ketosis for the majority of our existence as a species, like 1.5 million years. For centuries and centuries, thousands and thousands of years, our species, you and me, our ancestors, were always in a state of nutritional ketosis because there was very few carbohydrates in the environment for them to be consuming, right? So the cancer cell, the body, you and I could, if we stopped eating and we took a low carbohydrate diet and just did water only fasting, we would get into nutritional ketosis, where the normal cells, our brain, our kidneys, our heart, can be burning these ketone bodies because they have a good mitochondria and they can burn these fuels effectively. The tumor cells have a bad mitochondria. They can't burn those fuels. They're dependent on glucose and glutamine. We can replace glucose and glutamine with ketone bodies in the normal cells of so we selectively marginalize these tumor cells slowly over time. They slowly start to die. The blood vessels disappear and the body comes in and dissolves them.
So for someone that has never heard the term keto before, ketosis or ketones, in a simple way, what are ketones?
Ketones are water-soluble breakdown products of fatty acids, okay? They're beta-hydroxybutyrate, acetoacetate. These are small molecules that are water-soluble. The liver throws them out like crazy. Kidney a little bit, but mostly liver. So as I told you earlier, when we don't eat, you get anxious, mainly because our brains are addicted to glucose. It's like cocaine and nicotine and whatever.
Cocaine.
I haven't eaten anything, you know. What's going on? So then once the body realizes you ain't going to eat anything, we have to start mobilizing out of our fat resources. And the fats go into the bloodstream as triglycerides, which are 3 fatty acids attached to a glycerol backbone. They go to the liver. The liver chops them up and puts out these little water-soluble ketone bodies. The name ketone body is kind of a weird thing from biochemistry, but they're called ketone bodies. And they can supply the brain with energy, the heart with energy. And not only that, they're a super fuel. It's unbelievable. The mitochondria burns these ketones, okay, but they're energy. Remember I was talking about how energy efficient the mitochondria become? When they burn ketones, they become even more energy efficient. It's unbelievable how they don't need as much oxygen to generate more energy. That's why my colleagues called, and some of the greats in the biochemistry field called them super fuel, because you can get more energy bang for buck burning a ketone body than you can burning a pyruvate coming from glucose or even a fatty acid. And the biochemistry for that is interesting. But the bottom line is, when you transition away from these fuels to don't forget, we evolved. Our ancestors were always in a state of ketosis. You get into that state by consuming very few carbohydrates and having a lot of energy. And this is the way our ancestors were.
So what can we learn from our ancestors about cancer? How prevalent was cancer when we look back at our ancestors, if they were often in a state of ketosis?
Yeah, well, it's hard to determine from skeletal records, but I think we can look at modern man who live according to their traditional ways. Albert Schweitzer, the great humanitarian physician, went to Africa and looked at Africans that were living according to the traditional ways. And he said, one of the weirdest things, they don't have cancer. It's like, what? Cancer was extremely rare in Africans, in Inuits living in the areas, British, when they came, in looking at the health conditions of folks that lived in the Arctic Circle. Cancer was not there. They had other things, but they didn't have cancer. Aboriginal folks. So it seems as though we can't go back 50,000 years ago because we don't have people to examine. But we have people to examine today, and that was one of the things Schweitzer and several other physicians from Europe would go to Africa, and they would look at some of these tribes that were traditional, and they were saying, whoa, what's going on with these Africans? How come they don't have cancer? But when modern diet and lifestyle entered into their societies, cancer out of control.
What about our other primate cousins?
Yeah. There's never been a documented case of breast cancer in a female chimpanzee, and they're 98% similar to us in gene and protein sequence. What's going on with that? Monkeys, they don't generally form cancer. They're not eating what we eat, okay? Don't forget, we did not evolve to eat pork pies and Dunkin' Donuts, jelly-filled donuts and pizzas. We did not. Our ancestors did not eat this, right? We were killing and eating animals. As I said, we ate everything that walked, crawled, flew, or swam on this planet became part of our diet. We did not have donuts on every corner, delicatessens on every corner. We evolved over this period of time, just like our primate ancestors. The animals, chimps and gorillas and things that you see in the zoos are fed their natural diets as if they were living in their habitat, their natural habitat, whether it was in South America, Africa, or wherever it was. We're not throwing in jelly donuts every day and pizza pie into the chimpanzee pen. And as a matter of fact, I even went to the zoo down here in Boston, Franklin Park Zoo, and also at the San Diego Zoo. I said, how come you guys don't give these guys run down and get a big pizza for these animals? Oh no, it'd be animal cruelty. Their systems aren't geared for this. Well, neither are we. We have an obesity epidemic. We have all these different chronic diseases. Why? We didn't evolve to eat all this crap that we're eating today. So what I've told many people in these podcasts is that our food science and technology and our society's technology has evolved so much faster than our biology.
Can you explain to me in simple terms the role that exercise is playing in staving off cancer?
Well, exercise lowers blood sugar, and also lowers glutamine. So the two fuels that are driving, now we can't completely remove glutamine by exercise, that's for sure. But my late good friend George Cahill published some papers on showing how exercise could actually lower glutamine availability. So it's a little bit of a push. But you're also, when you exercise, you're burning, and you're not eating a lot of carbs, your mitochondria burning ketones and the oxygenation from all the exercise is keeping those mitochondria super healthy at their highest level of energy efficiency. So exercise...
You're building muscle as well, aren't you?
Yeah, you can build muscle, but you're certainly getting aerobic exercise. Oxygen is coming in, and you're burning ketones, which I already told you is a super fuel. So your body is super healthy. These bodies from the Paleolithic period, these men were jacked. There was no obesity in these people. They had tremendous energy. They're not dying from the things that are killing us. They're dying from injuries and infections.
When you described this slow and gradual shift in the cell as it moves to this sort of ancient system, it sounded very gradual. So in my head, I thought, okay, so does that mean that the cancer is a gradual process that is kind of building up in me or isn't building up in me based on the lifestyle decisions I'm making and my environmental factors right now? Like I'm trying to say, does cancer start slowly? Years before you find it.
It is a gradual process, but it can be impacted by several provocative agents from the microenvironment. Lack of exercise. Okay, so we're not exercising nearly as much as our Paleolithic ancestors, bar none. Right? We have massive amounts of processed carbs in our diets. We have a lot of emotional stress, mental emotional stress that's impacting negatively on our biology. We have lack of sleep. A lot of us, because we have stresses. You have to have, when you put all of these impactful things together in one person, you can put yourself at risk for cancer, all of which will damage and reduce the efficiency of mitochondria. And also the joy of living, having friends and friendships and this kind of thing reduces stress in a lot of different ways, makes people enjoy getting up and having a nice day rather than being depressed or these kinds of things. You put all this together and you put yourself in a diet and a lifestyle that puts you at risk for damage to oxidative phosphorylation and the transition from one form of energy to a fermentation energy.
And what I'm trying to understand, is that
it's a gradual transition. You have to be able to do that. And how long does it take for a colon, a group of cells in a crypt of your colon to transition from one stage to another? You have to be constantly under stress, those cells in that organ. Now, why somebody gets colon cancer, another person gets breast cancer, another person gets bladder cancer, and some person gets a brain cancer, and all these different kinds of cancers. Whatever happened, the process was causing a gradual disruption of oxidative phosphorylation, oxidative respiration, and a gradual transition to a fermentation. Like in the brain, the neurons rarely, if ever, get cancer, but the glial cells that support neurons, they are usually the source of the origin of cancer in the brain for those kinds of cells. And you can look at different cells, and some are more or less prone. And why this guy got lung cancer from smoking cigarettes, this guy got bladder cancer from smoking cigarettes. How did it all start? It all started from a population of cells in one of those organs having a chronic, not instant, a chronic interruption of oxidative energy, followed by an upregulation of this fermentation energy.
So really we need to be thinking about all the things that have caused dysfunction in the mitochondria.
Absolutely.
I want to get a list of the key things that are associated with causing this dysfunction.
Okay, carcinogens.
Okay, so carcinogens.
Yeah, and you know, there's many asbestos, there's all kinds of chemicals in the environment. You hear about this, there's a whole list of carcinogens. And they put them on the labels on different chemicals. They say carcinogenic potential and whatever you have.
What are the types of things that are carcinogenic that most people don't realize?
Oh, well, now we're talking about microplastics. We're talking about...
Is that in part what causes breast cancer? Because I always think about deodorant with breast cancer and the stuff that we're kind of lathering onto our arms.
Yeah, well, the one that was most interesting was the talcum powder one. How does talcum powder would cause ovarian cancer? Okay, it's taken up into the urogenital tract, and it forms a foci in a part of the ovarian tissue.
What's a foci?
A locus, like a collection of material. A foci is an area where, say, talcum materials would be accumulating. Mm-hmm. And that leads to an inflammatory area of the body. And our immune system comes in to see what's going on. Our immune system is a healing machine, and they see something that's not normal. Normally, they would clean it up, but they throw cytokines and growth factors on there, leading to dysregulated damage to mitochondria and dysregulated, and then you get this tumor that starts.
So if I get a talcum powder granule or whatever, and it goes into my body then tries to attack it to sort it out, and in doing so it creates inflammation, which leads to
damage to mitochondria, a particular group of cells near that foci.
Okay, and this is applicable to, I guess, a lot of different nanoparticles.
And microplastics. So this, now they're looking at this, but then we have chemical carcinogens, tetrahydrochloride. There's all kinds of other things that can actually damage arsenics and these kinds of chemicals, urethane, anything that could chronically damage a mitochondrion, forcing it to upregulate the fermentation energy without oxygen.
Isn't this most things? I'm trying to figure out how to live my life.
Yeah, well, that's why it was called the oncogenic paradox. But you can avoid that. That's why I'm saying if you can keep your mitochondria healthy.
How?
Exercise and reduce consumption of highly processed carbohydrates.
Do I need to be avoiding these microplastics as well?
You know, the problem with microplastics, they're very ubiquitous. We're not really sure We're just now becoming aware of it. Nobody really knew that before. Yeah, look it up. But it could cause small foci in different populations of cells. But you know, it's very hard to really chronically damage mitochondria. Mitochondria are a tough organelle. The problem is we chronically abuse it without realizing what we need to do to keep it healthy. So even if you are exposed to chemical carcinogens, even if you are exposed to all these things, but you're keeping your body as healthy as you possibly can, you could possibly delay or even prevent the damage to the mitochondria, even though you are being exposed to this. So it's actually in your hands. You can actually reduce risk for cancer by knowing what keeps your mitochondria healthy. Vigorous exercise, fasting, water-only fasting. You know, it's very hard. Sometimes when we were putting mice on calorie restriction, it was hard to get them to get tumors. Their body was so healthy. This was shown years ago by a couple of scientists in mice, using mice that developed a lot of breast cancer. If you put them on a calorie-restricted diet, the incidence was way, way down. So cancer is very preventable. It's a very preventable disorder. It's just that we're doing everything we possibly can to induce it in our diet and lifestyle.
A lot of big institutions believe that cancer is a genetic problem. You believe otherwise?
The evidence is striking. I mean, it's not whether you believe, it's what the data tell us. Okay, so according to the somatic mutation theory of cancer, mutations in the nucleus lead to dysregulated cell growth. That's the somatic mutation theory. In the mitochondrial metabolic theory, it's a transition from oxidative phosphorylation to a fermentation metabolism inside the cell. The mutations are largely irrelevant. What do you mean by that? When the mitochondria become defective, they throw out ROS, reactive oxygen species, that are carcinogenic and mutagenic. Whoa, what does that mean? Causing mutations. So a lot of the mutations that we see in the nucleus of the tumor cell, that is the subject of the somatic mutation theory, are downstream effects of the dysfunction of the mitochondria. So the mitochondria is causing a downstream effects, which are mutations, which, according to the somatic mutation theory, are the cause of the dysregulated cell growth. Let me tell you why that's absolutely untrue. There's some cancer cells growing out of control that have no mutations. It's just that we're doing everything we possibly can to induce it in our diet and lifestyle.
A lot of big institutions believe that cancer is a genetic problem. You believe otherwise?
The evidence is striking. I mean, it's not whether you believe, it's what the data tell us. Okay, so according to the somatic mutation theory of cancer, mutations in the nucleus lead to dysregulated cell growth. That's the somatic mutation theory. In the mitochondrial metabolic theory, it's a transition from oxidative phosphorylation to a fermentation metabolism inside the cell. The mutations are largely irrelevant. What do you mean by that? When the mitochondria become defective, they throw out ROS, reactive oxygen species, that are carcinogenic and mutagenic. Whoa, what does that mean? Causing mutations. So a lot of the mutations that we see in the nucleus of the tumor cell, that is the subject of the somatic mutation theory, are downstream effects of the dysfunction of the mitochondria. So the mitochondria is causing a downstream effect, which are mutations, which, according to the somatic mutation theory, are the cause of the dysregulated cell growth. Let me tell you why that's absolutely untrue. There's some cancer cells growing out of control that have no mutations and normally not discussed. Well, how can that be? That's a challenge to the theory. If the theory says that all cancers have mutations and you have some cancers that have no mutations and they're growing out of control, that should say, oh, bell ring one. Then the somatic mutation people who think this, said, oh, okay, we have a problem here. Not all mutations are the ones that cause the dysregulated, only some. And we have a name for those some. That's called driver mutation. Oh, okay, now it's a nice term. Because some of those mutations are called passengers. They don't really do anything. But the drivers are the ones that lead to the dysregulated cell growth. So we should be focusing our attention on these driver mutations. New evidence from the recent scientific literature, can you believe this? They're taking normal tissues from patients, different organs and things like this, from not patients, from normal people, no cancer, perfectly like yourself here. We would take tissue from you and say, oh my Christ, look at you got driver mutations in your esophagus and your
holy shit.
You got driver, but you don't have a tumor. What's going on with that? How do you explain that driver mutations are causing dysregulated cell growth when we have thousands of driver mutations that are there that are not causing dysregulated cell growth? Oh, okay, that's another problem. The biggest devastating information against the somatic mutation theory is if you take the nucleus from a tumor cell, cleanly take it out of the tumor cell, and you have another normal cell here, you take the nucleus out of the normal cell and you put the tumor cell into that cytoplasm, you get regulated growth, no dysregulated growth. But if I have the normal cell and have a tumor cell, take the tumor nucleus out of there and take the normal nucleus and put it into the tumor cytoplasm, which contains defective mitochondria, dysregulated cell growth. This has been seen over and over and over again.
So just to summarize that, so if you take the tumor nucleus out of the cell and put it into a normal healthy cell,
yes,
everything's fine.
Everything is fine.
But if you take healthy cell nucleus and put it into a tumor cell, you still have the same
dysregulated cell growth.
Tumor growth. So, which means that it's not the nucleus.
Absolutely.
It's something else.
That's something else, and that's the mitochondria. And I told you, then you have cancer cells with no mutations, and then you have driver mutations in normal cells that never become cancer. You put all those things together, and you have to be a hopeless ideologue to think that cancer is a genetic disease. It's a silent assumption in the field that cancer is a genetic. Every textbook of biology, cell biology, and biochemistry, cancer is a genetic disease.
Why hasn't people's opinions changed despite the evidence that you present?
It's a very difficult thing. It goes back to when you have one theory replacing another theory. It's called paradigm shifts. And in history of science, paradigm shifts have been met with great resistance. The clearest one was the Copernican revolution, when for 1,800 years, astronomers in our early astronomers thought the Earth was immovable in the center of the solar system. For 1,000, this was Claudius Ptolemy, Aristotle, and the Bible, and all these. Earth is immovable, and the sun and the moon and the planets all revolve around the Earth. 1,800 years. Even Copernicus was working with these mathematical formulations. His Kepler was being constantly confused until he said, what happens if we put the sun in the center of the solar system and consider the Earth as simply another planet that would revolve? All of a sudden, things started to make sense. And Giordano Bruno, a theologian, was put to death for suggesting that Copernicus was right. There was a tremendous resistance on the part of the Roman Catholic Church at that time. And this is the same thing that happened when Louis Pasteur said the germs, rather than bad air, are the cause of disease. So, and when Darwin Wallace's theory of evolution came, it's not special creation, it's natural selection that can explain this. These were massive paradigm changes in the history of science. And what we're seeing today is the same thing. The mitochondria is the center of the problem with cancer, not the nucleus. The mitochondria is a mitochondrial metabolic disease. And once you realize that, we're going to drop these death rates massively in a number of years, for sure.
So if we take two paths then, if we realize that the mitochondria is the center of the dysfunction and ultimately disease in the cell,
yes.
If we go down that path, what impact do you think that will have on the cancer statistics over the coming years?
It'll drop it massively. Okay, I'm not going to say we'll get rid of cancer completely. But here's the thing: we may never get rid of it, but we can learn to live with it and keep it at bay if we know how to. If we know that it can't survive without these two fuels, and you can do a diet and lifestyle that can restrict the availability of those two fuels and keep your mitochondria as healthy as you possibly can.
What if we don't go down that path? What do you think?
Then you're going to be right. 1 out of 2 people are going to be having cancer. Your statistics are going to be absolutely correct.
Is there anybody that you believe, because when we talk about these subjects, often we think of like big pharma and the incentives and money and follow the money, and you'll figure out why people don't want change. Is any of that sort of conspiratorial thinking correct in your view? Are there?
I don't know if that's conspiracy. I don't like conspiracy terms. That's absurd. I like, what are the facts of what we're looking at?
But do you see a resistance from big pharma to entertain this point of view?
What do you
big
think?
food?
What do you think? I mean, do you think this is? I mean, you're making a lot of, not you, but people in those industries, the hospitals.
I'm not giving up my cakes and pies. I was watching this before. This was pretty interesting too. He was talking about UFOs. A bit of a tinfoil hat talk, but this guy seems pretty legit.
We get $7 billion a year.
But yeah, I think this guy's pretty legit too, to be honest. Like, I think this guy is very, very well known. Yeah, and he's basically saying, yeah, there is unidentified flying objects.
For cancer research in the National Cancer Institute, awarding many grants to looking for gene mutations and all this kind of stuff. And we have drugs that are extremely expensive based on a somatic mutation theory of cancer that are basically not dropping the death rate. As I said, while we're talking here, we're going to have 140 people dead from cancer. 1,700 people a year is getting worse and worse. As you said, we're always raising money for cancer research. Where's all that money going? What are you doing with all that money? No accountability. And then when you look at the scientific advisory committee of all these societies that you're running for, they all publish papers on cancer as a genetic disease. It's too hard for the field to accept at this point. It's too traumatic at what I'm saying. It's too disruptive to a massive industry at this time. They will come to gradually adjust to what I'm saying. It's just a matter of time because we cannot continue this trajectory. It's immoral what we're doing to some of these people.
I read a stat that said the global incidence of early onset cancer increased by roughly 80% between 1990 and 2019. That's in the BMJ Oncology. Early onset cancer is basically patients under the age of 50. And when I think about this, growing up in the UK, whenever there's a fun run, a charity race, a marathon, whatever it might be, cancer research gets the money. And to hear that, there's been so much money invested in cancer research over the last couple of decades, but there's been an increase of 80% in early onset cancer in the same period. For me, I'm like, this research doesn't appear to be being very effective.
Well, as I said, you got to find. What people don't do is they never ask, where's the research go? What kind of research? What are you doing? What is the research? It's the theory that drives the impetus to do research.
Now, a lot of great stuff has been done on keeping people alive that suffer from cancers, right? Because if you think about the probability of dying from a cancer, I'm assuming that has gone down.
Yeah, to some extent it has. We call it, there's two ways of looking. It's called progression-free survival and overall survival. These are the terminologies that are used in the clinical world of cancer, and they represent the approval of drugs through the Food and Drug Administration. If you have a drug that improves progression-free survival, progression-free means it looks like the drug is working on the tumor. Because the tumor, you can see it gets bigger and bigger and more lethal and more lethal. And if I see it not growing nearly as much, I say, wow, look at it's slowing what we call traditional progression. Okay, it's called progression-free survival, and then you have overall survival. So you have two ways to approve drugs, mostly for cancer, right? How does it work on progression-free survival, and how does it work on overall survival? Well, they stopped looking at overall survival. Now somebody's going to bark and say, well, bottom line is mostly progression-free, which means that the patients, it looks like the tumor is being effectively managed, but they live only a couple of months longer than they would have if they didn't use this drug. So therefore, it's approved, and that, as opposed to overall survival. You're only living you lived 2.5 extra months. The tumor looked like it was managed pretty well, but your overall survival is this much, but you didn't see the tumor growing. We're going to approve that drug. So a lot of the new drugs that we're giving do a really good job at progression-free survival, but they do a horrible job in keeping people alive much longer, which ultimately is what you want to do. You want overall survival. Let me give you an example. Avastin, bevacizumab. This is an immoral drug that should never be used on people. It was blocked because it caused colon perforations in women with breast cancer. They still use it on brain cancer. And in the tumor, you get a tumor, you can see it with PET imaging, and you can, not so much PET, MRI and CAT scan, you can see it there, and it's looking there. Okay, you can see it. Now you give the patient Avastin, which is this anti-angiogenic drug. It's supposed to stop the abnormal blood vessels, right?
Lord,
The
this one.
angiogenesis blood vessels is driving the dysregulated growth. It's the fermentation that's driving the dysregulated growth, by the way. So all of a sudden you give the tumor kind of disappears. It doesn't look like, whoa, patient gets all excited. The physician looks and says, look at that, looks like you're doing well. What it does, what the drug does is it causes the tumors to permeate your entire brain, just like spreading it through your whole brain. You don't live any longer, but you had this progression-free. Look at the tumor. So the patient gets excited because it looks like the tumor's disappearing with this very expensive drug. But what it does is it almost guarantees that patient will not survive because you spread the tumor cells through the whole brain. So this is why I call it an immoral kind of a thing.
But chemotherapy and sort of these radiation therapies, they have proven to keep people alive who otherwise would have died.
In some cases, it can, and that's another thing we have to look at. I work heavily on brain tumors and glioblastomas and things like that. When you irradiate somebody's brain who has one of these tumors, you free up massive amounts of glucose and glutamine in the microenvironment. And if you look at the survival, when we did survival, looked at survival curves for glioblastoma throughout the world, it's unbelievable. You can't even design experiments so consistent how fast people will die. It's like all the different hospitals have the same survival. What are you doing? Oh, we do chemo, we do surgical debulking, temozolomide, and we give steroids, which raise blood sugar, and we irradiate, everybody's dead. So not everybody, but 5-year survival is very, very low. 10-year survival is almost zero.
But if you got a breast cancer, or if you got
this is brain cancer I'm talking about.
Cancer, right,
this is freeing up. Now, yes, if you have a circumscribed tumor and it's not anywhere else, you can come in with a radiation or a surgical procedure and essentially cure that patient. But if you have any level of spread or anything like this, that person now, and also if you're taking a toxic poison into your body, like Red Devil, doxorubicin, they call it Red Devil, your pee turns red, everything turns red.
What is that? Is that chemotherapy?
Yes, it's a chemotherapy to kill a small group of cells, or maybe a little bit of a spread. But your hair falls out, your body gets brutalized by this. And then if you survive the cancer, and many people do, we have millions and millions of cancer survivors on this planet, but many, many folks in that group suffer from the adverse effects of being poisoned or irradiated or surgically mutilated. I mean, they have to change their whole, and oftentimes the cancer comes back, or they die from cardiovascular disease, or they die from secondary adverse effects of being brutalized with medieval, I call it medieval approaches to this. Are you kidding me? What they're doing to cancer patients? So when we do metabolic therapy, we shrink the tumor down for sure. Then the surgeon can come in and he sees it's smaller, fewer blood vessels because of the metabolic therapy, and we can take out a greater amount of this. And then we transition back to prevent this tumor from recurring. Metabolic therapy can be used to not only prevent the cancer, but can also be used to treat the cancer. Now, let me tell you, most hospitals, suppose people say, well, I really want to do things to prevent cancer. Can I do standard of care before I have a tumor? What do you mean? You want to go into a major cancer clinic and have toxic doxorubicin and radiation to your body just in the event that you might get a cancer? This is absurd. But yet when you have cancer, that's what they do to you, right? But with metabolic therapy, you can use it as both a prevention and a treatment. It's just that with the treatment, we bring in some more drugs to target the glutamine. We don't do that on the prevention side.
I was just looking at some stats as you were speaking around this 5-year survival rates of a variety of different cancers over time. And it does appear that survival rates of these cancers, from breast cancer, prostate cancer to lung cancer, to leukemias, and various melanomas, has improved since the 1970s. So the 1970s to the 1990s to the 2010s, there's been an improvement in the survival rate, which I guess is a credit to the research that's been done. What you're saying is that the treatments we have still today are horrific.
Yeah, and the survivals are not that much greater. It's not like you're getting massively longer survivals.
Yeah, I mean, and I have to preface that these stats might not be right because this is AI we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
But there's a 5%, for example, with breast cancer between the 1990s and 2010, there's just a 5% difference
in overall survival. Okay, so your overall survival is 2.5 to 3 months greater.
I don't actually have those stats.
No, but that's the evidence, the papers that we're looking at.
So how do we prevent this then? I'm 32 years old now. So I want to make sure that I live my life in such a way that I limit my chance of cancer. One of the things I always reflect on is the fact that many of the people that I know that have got cancer, breast cancer or other forms of cancer, appear to be remarkably healthy.
Yeah, always at the beginning. They're not always, but many times the person comes in, geez, I just was diagnosed with cancer. I didn't know I had it. I didn't feel bad. And then all of a sudden you get treated and they look like death warmed over.
But I'm saying, like, how can healthy people be getting cancer if there's this sort of central?
Well, because as I said, and we're seeing this. I'm seeing it in my own. I'm getting more and more emails from young people in their 30s, late 20s, 30s, early 40s, like with colon cancer, breast cancer, and all these kinds of things. But look at our diet and lifestyle situation today. Those things that I'm talking about: lack of exercise, a lot of stress, poor sleep, bad food, all of this kind of stuff impacting parts of our bodies.
So what do we do about it, though?
Know about it.
And then what do we do? So I know now.
That's personal choice. I'm not here to take pieces and jelly donuts off the market, for sure. Or for breakfast cereal. I love that stuff too. But the question is, I don't eat it every day. And I know if I do, it'll kill me.
Love the laugh.
So yeah, skipping meals, water only occasionally. There's a lot of things you can do to keep your mitochondria healthy.
Okay, so tell me what those things are.
I just exercise. You look like you're a pretty healthy guy.
Yeah, I go to the gym.
You don't look morbidly obese to me.
Not yet.
Not yet. Well, because you don't ever want it yet.
We won't be in America too long, so
yeah, well, and listen, it's not just the United States. We were kind of like the first ones to plow that field, but it's starting to spread everywhere. I think in China they have the most 200 million obese people in China now.
So should I be on a keto diet then?
Here's what we did. Okay. We developed a glucose ketone index calculator at Boston College, all right, my students and I, because we were trying to work with cancer patients' blood sugar and ketones independently of each other. And we had a ketone meter and we had a blood glucose meter. So we were monitoring ketones by itself and glucose by itself. And we worked with a very nice woman from American who lived in Nice, France, who since passed away from a brainstem tumor. It was very, very difficult. We kept her alive very long, but eventually we didn't know what we know now. But she got into an argument for a handicapped parking spot with her neighbor upstairs, and her blood sugar went through the roof. She ran upstairs and she took her blood sugar. And she says, oh my God, the tumor's going to grow. I said, what's your ketones? And she says, oh, it's still 2.5 millimolar. Well, that's still pretty high. Usually it's very, very low. It's very high. So my students and I, we said, this is too traumatic to try to measure these two independently. Why don't we make a singular number, divide the glucose in millimolar in the blood by the ketone in millimolar in the blood. Now you get this number that's much more stable. And it allows the cancer patient to know that if I keep the zone at 2.0 and below, my tumor cells aren't going to be able to grow very fast. I did this for the brain cancer, right? Now it's being used for all cancers. And now it's being used for guys like yourself who just want to stay healthy. Because what it is essentially is a quantitative determination if you're in the Paleolithic zone or not. Oh, so if I'm at 2.0, like my friend Dominic D'Agostino, he's always down in these zones. He's a Paleolithic man living in modern society.
What's a Paleolithic man?
That's how our ancestors were during the Paleolithic period.
Okay, so he's got the right balance of glucose and ketones in his blood.
Like we did when we were hunting mammoths and buffaloes and these kinds of things. When we were hunter-gatherers in the thousands of years of our existence as a species, tens of thousands of years. He is in that zone.
Is he in keto?
Yeah, well, that's what the low GKI is. That means you're at a level of keto. Okay. Now, yes, he doesn't eat a lot of carbohydrates in his diet. He eats leafy vegetables and a lot of meat and this kind of thing, sparingly on fruits. Like grapefruits, we learned from the epilepsy field, grapefruits provide a tremendous amount of vitamin C and do not spike glucose. So that's very interesting. So you can have certain fruits that can keep you in this metabolic zone of I call it the Paleolithic zone, which is the way we evolved, where there was no cancer in our existence.
When people hear that, they might start jumping on the paleo diet. I don't even know what
Not a paleo diet. It's diets that are low in carbohydrates. Okay.
Okay.
Mediterranean diets. Like people say to me, "God, what should I eat? Should I eat this and that?" Normally, you would eat foods that have very low glycemic index, which means the speed with which glucose is released, like a banana, very high in glycemic index. You eat a banana, your blood sugar immediately spikes. Many fruits are like that. But you want foods that keep a low, steady GKI. Now, I built that calculator for brain cancer patients initially. Then we realized it's powerful for all cancers. We put the cancer patient in the low glucose ketone index. We get them down in there. Then we come in with the glutamine targeting drugs to kind of polish off these tumors or put them in even a more dormant state. But now we're finding all these young kids, like yourself, all these 30, 20-year-olds, what's your GKI? I mean, they're out there weightlifting and they're looking at their they don't have cancer. They're just excited to see that they can get into this Paleolithic zone by themselves. And that, yes, that will prevent cancer, because you can't get cancer if your mitochondria are healthy. If you're in a Paleolithic zone where our ancestors rarely, if ever, got cancer, then you're back in this, oh, you mean to tell me I can't eat this and I can't eat that? What does it do to your GKI? Oh, it makes it go up. Well, don't eat that.
So you did a study on dogs, a dog with a tumor.
Yes.
Can you tell me about that study?
It was a woman came to me, and this is what I say. You don't have to have a PhD in biochemistry to understand what some of the things. This woman had no degree whatsoever. She just heard about what we did to these mice, and she did the same thing to her dog. It was a pit bull, and at age 7 years old, it had a big mast cell tumor on its lip. So she listened to my YouTube video over and over. She said to me, I just kept listening. She says, I got some raw chicken. She says, wolves evolved to eat chickens. So she got some chicken, chopped up the chicken. She cut the calories she found some dog food calculator to how much calories the dog was getting. She cut the calories. The dog lost only 5% of its body weight. She got pollock fish oil, raw eggs, and cut all the calories. Everything was all natural for this dog. And all of a sudden, we have the pictures. You can see them in the if you saw the picture. Big tumor on its lip. The veterinarian said this dog is going to survive. You have to give him chemo and radiation and surgery and all this kind of stuff. And it's going to cost a lot of money. The dog's going to have diarrhea. It's going to be, she didn't want any part of that. So she said, well, let's just try this metabolic thing. And she kept all the records and the pictures and what she did and how much she gave the dog and all this. So I was able to get all that information from her. Put my friend Lauren Nations, who is a veterinarian, on the paper, because I said, what biology guy at Boston College is telling you how to manage cancer in a dog? We got to have some veterinarian on here to validate, to make sure he's there. And he looked at the pictures and we looked at all the thing. It disappeared. So what happened was the dog eventually died of heart disease at 15 and a half years of age. So essentially that's the only, when people say, well, metabolic therapy cure cancer, I say metabolic therapy is never considered a cure for cancer. It's an effective, non-toxic management for cancer. But in the case of that dog, it appeared to work. It's a cure of the dog. But that's the only one I'll say, oh, he's going to say cure cancer. No, that dog happened to he died from old age from a heart attack. And we did it with a brain tumor guy, Pablo Kelly, who just passed away, unfortunately, from a surgical, he had a major cerebral hemorrhage after his surgery from Devon, England. You know Devon, England?
That's where I'm from.
Are you from Devon?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, Pablo was there. He just passed away, fortunately. We were talking to him the day before he passed away. Pablo Kelly. So he was from Devon, England, had a glioblastoma, which is the worst of the worst. They said, and he was all over your newspapers there in Devon. He was always sending me articles from England. Man rejects standard of care. So he had this glioblastoma, and they took the tissue out.
Which is brain cancer.
Yeah, the worst of the brain cancers. They took the tumor out, and they said, it's inoperable. And but if you do radiation and chemo, you might live 9, maybe 12 months at the most. Well, Pablo came from a family of, we don't dabble in this kind of medicine. We're more holistic kind of people. So he emailed me, this was in 2014, and said, I want to try this metabolic thing. So he rejected chemo and radiation, and they said it wasn't surgically capable of being completely removed anyway. So he did this. I gave him the information that I give to everybody, and this was way back before we knew a lot of what we now know. And I said, this poor guy, he doesn't want, and they said, you're going to be dead. They browbeat him. They try to force him to put the radiation mask on. They hacked his beard off, all this kind of stuff. And he just jumped up. He said, I can't do this stuff. So he didn't take any steroids. He didn't take any radiation. He didn't take any chemo. He just did the metabolic therapy. And he's on English television or things with all of his paleo diet, which actually a very low carbohydrate diet. He had the avocados there. He had the fish oil there. He had this different stuff. 3 years go by. He emails me. I said, Jesus, Pablo, I thought you would have been dead. Still alive? What's going on with that? So he calls me up and he says, I went in for a CAT scan the other day. And doctors are still surprised that he's alive. And they said, this tumor is still there and it's growing. and they think they can cut it out now. So he was 3 years on just metabolic approach. He didn't take any glutamine inhibitors, which was really remarkable. So anyway, he asked me, and I have physician friends that are radiologists that can look at it. And we measured it when it was first diagnosed in 2014, and then we saw it did become a little bigger. So now the surgeon said, I think I can get it. It looks more resectable. Here it was inoperable. Now it becomes resectable. So he took it out, and Pablo recovered really well. And the surgeon says, I think I got it all. Wow. And Pablo is measuring his glucose ketone index with our ketone monitor. So I had every day, sometimes 2 and 3, 5 years of data on Pablo Kelly. Can you believe this? So anyway, Pablo thinks he's cured because the surgeon, all of a sudden he goes back to his kind of weak ways. And you can see that his GKI goes up. And all of a sudden the tumor starts to show up again. Puts the fear of God back into him. Goes back on a more restrict condition. Another 3 years goes by. And this time the tumor is growing slowly, very slowly. Don't forget, glioblastomas kill you very quickly. With standard of care, you can barely get out of, at his age, if you can get 2 years, you're doing really good. So anyway, now he's 3 and he's got 6 years out. And he says, it's still back, I got to go in. So this is second debulking. First debulking goes off, gets back on. Second debulking. So another 3 years goes by, he has a third debulking. Can you believe this?
A third debulking?
Debulking is the cutting the tumor out. It's the surgical removal of this tumor. But he's never had radiation or chemo or any of the kinds of what we call standards of care. Now he has, I talked to him a couple of weeks ago, and he was doing really, really good. He had the third removal, and we were laughing with myself and Dr. Duryea and my associates. He says, yeah, can you imagine? I've had now 3 operations on a previously inoperable tumor. So we were saying, wow, they got that one wrong, didn't they, Pablo? And they kept wanting to irradiate him and do all this stuff. And he said, no, I'm going to keep doing this. And so we were speaking to him, and he's out 10 years. The tumor was diagnosed in August 2014. And he passed away August 2024 they tried to go in and get the last bit of tumor out of his brain. He came out, we talked to him, a thumbs up, smiling, talking like crazy. 6 hours later, cerebral hemorrhage, and he dies. So he didn't die from the cancer. He died from a surgical problem with the surgery. So he was, you talk about long-term survivors. You rarely survive 2 years with a glioblastoma. The fact that he was out 10 years, and if he hadn't had that last bit of surgery, the guy would have still been alive. Because he was talking like you and I are talking. This is a guy who has a terminal. So I said to Pablo, I said, you could outlive me. I said, we're all terminal to some extent, right? All of us aren't going to live to. I said, sure, he was a young guy. He was only 22 or 23 when he was diagnosed. He was in his 30s now when he passed away. 10 years, so he's 33, 34 years old. And I said, I could be dead before you. And we were laughing, and we had a good time. And the next thing you know, I get an email from his wife. He said, Pablo is on brain dead or something. I said, what the hell happened? What happened to this poor guy? And it wasn't the cancer. So I don't know how long he would have lived, how many more things. But what I'm saying, he's an anecdote. Well, listen, if I had a drug that did what metabolic therapy did, and I could get more people like Pablo, are you kidding me? They'd be running all over the the
And when you say metabolic therapy, you mean the combination of the calorie restrictive, ketogenic approach?
Yes. Yeah. Avoiding. Well, first of all, you're avoiding things that are going to kill you. The radiation is going to kill you. For many people, not all people. Okay, but say, well, listen, you can look at have people look at the data themselves, for crying out loud, and you can see how long you're going to live. He didn't do what they grab everybody in.
What did he do specifically?
He didn't take radiation or chemo.
Yeah,
and he brought his glucose ketone index down to the 2.0 zone and kept it low. And he took some supplements and a few things here and there. But he wasn't really targeting the glutamine like we thought it would. We found now certain parasite medications will be effective in targeting glutamine. So we're doing all non-toxic strategies to manage cancer. You don't have to be brutalized by the system if you know what to do and how to do it. The problem is most of the poor oncologists never heard of what I'm talking. The stuff I'm telling you right now, they never heard of it.
The risk is someone gets cancer that's listening to this, or someone has cancer that's listening to this. I mean, statistically, there's a lot of people listening to this that have cancer right now, and they're speaking to their doctor, and their doctor is saying chemotherapy, radiation therapy, et cetera, et cetera.
And glucose has nothing to do with tumor. Eat whatever you want.
Yeah, and so what do you say to those people who they've just got a diagnosis, and their doctors are saying, right, listen, this is pretty bad, severe. We're going to suggest that you take chemotherapy.
Yeah,
you're not telling them not to take chemotherapy, are you?
I'm not telling them that. And what we found is that when you are in nutritional ketosis with a glucose ketone index of 2.0 or below, my colleagues that we work with in Istanbul, Turkey, were able to show that chemotherapies at much lower dosages can be even more therapeutically powerful when you're in nutritional ketosis. So you don't have to get rid of a lot of these different procedures that we have today. I'm just saying radiation for brain cancer. I'm not saying radiation for lung or some of the other cancers.
Okay.
Because if you can shrink those tumors down and make them very weak and vulnerable, a surgical procedure, a radiation procedure, even low-dose chemo could come in, and even immunotherapy. If you took a big tumor and shrunk it down to a small nub and it's resistant to a lot of the things. They all have to share something in common for them to survive this path. That might be an immunotherapy could come in because they're going to target whatever all of them have together, and you could possibly get rid of it that way.
I'm thinking of a friend of mine that has been diagnosed with brain cancer, brain tumor. And this is one of the most, it's a woman in her 40s or 50s, trying to keep it anonymous as possible, who is just the most fit, athletic person that I know, eats amazingly well, is literally known for exercise. And I'd go, how? How is it possible that someone who I would probably say is fitter than I am, if you looked at their sort of metabolic health, has got a severe brain tumor?
Well, they can stay healthy for, and I'm not saying everybody who has, and it depends on what kind of a tumor it is as well. Is it a glioblastoma, oligodendroglioma, peanut, there's a lot of different kinds of tumors.
I know that it's not growing necessarily, but it's big and it's in the brain, and they're going to remove it for surgical operation.
Well, if they can, what we always suggest for the brain cancer, if you do metabolic therapy up front, and I've had surgeons tell me this, you can shrink it down because it's angry. It's an angry thing, right? And you can see some slight invasion. If you can shrink that down so that it's more circumscribed, now the surgeon can look at it and go, oh my God, we know many scientific publications, the more you can debulk, that's called the removal of the tumor, debulking, the longer the patient will survive. The evidence is massive to support that. But with a lot of these brain tumors, you don't get it all. And there's always some little piece that remains. And when you irradiate, you explode the ability of the cells to ferment energy, and it's very hard to kill them. But if you can get the majority of it out and then transition the patient back into a metabolic state, keeping the pressure on those tumor cells, you can remain healthy like Pablo. I mean, these guys can.
And when you found in mice is that when ketogenic diet was combined with hyperbaric oxygen therapy, the average survival time was increased by roughly 80%.
Yeah, even more sometimes now. But okay, so why do we do hyperbaric oxygen, right? That's the question. What's going on with hyperbaric oxygen? Why is this like a good thing? It works best when the patient and the mouse is in nutritional ketosis. Okay, so look, we have a tumor. We irradiate that tumor. How does the radiation kill the tumor cells? It hits oxygen, blows up, and it causes a reactive ROS, and it's like a stepping on a landmine. It blows the tumor up, right? So cancer cells protect themselves, even though they make a lot of ROS. They're this close to death anyway, but they have a very powerful antioxidant system. And interestingly enough, that besides causing the dysregulated growth, the glucose and the glutamine also protect them to some extent from the ROS that they're making. Can you believe this?
The ROS.
ROS, reactive oxygen species that are carcinogenic and mutagenic. So they destroy our proteins, lipids, and nucleic acids. They're disruptive molecules. So radiation will cause a ROS in the microenvironment, ROS, that'll blow up and kill cells, normal and tumor cells. But if you want to selectively kill tumor cells, with ROS, not to cause your hair to fall out, your gums to bleed, and all this crazy stuff, you take the patient, you put him in nutritional ketosis, and you say he's got low GKI. Then you go into hyperbaric oxygen, which dissolves oxygen directly into your blood now. It's better than just breathing 100% oxygen because you can actually dissolve oxygen in the bloodstream. Then you're taking away the two fuels that protect the tumor, and you're giving it internal ROS, which kills the tumor internally, only to the tumor cell, not to your surrounding tissues. So you're selectively killing tumor cells without collateral damage to the rest of your body. As a matter of fact, the rest of your cells are getting super healthy because they're burning ketones in pure oxygen. Unbelievable.
How do we measure if our...
Can you believe this? I can't even believe I'm saying this stuff myself. You really got to know the biochemistry, and you have to know the physiology of your own body, and you have to understand evolutionary biology.
Most people just aren't that intelligent, including me.
It's not intelligence.
Yeah, most people kind of want things, sort of simple principles that they can live by and implement.
And also quick and easy.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, they don't want to do what I'm talking about it because it might be. Oh, the other thing. Let me tell you one thing and remember it. If you do metabolic therapy, success rides heavily on your shoulders. You're not sitting there like some pawn with a mannequin and some guy's poisoning and irradiating you. To make metabolic therapy work, you are the one doing the GKI. You're the one. It's your soul. You're responsible for your existence on this planet. You're going to put your precious soul in the hands of someone who has less of a knowledge about the problem than you might.
As an entrepreneur, I'm always looking for ways to connect and to create. And that's why I decided to launch the conversation cards. I turned to Shopify, who also sponsors this podcast. And Shopify made it so easy to set up an online store and reach all of you, no matter where you are in the world. I remember the challenges we faced when we first launched the Diary of a CEO conversation cards, managing inventory, ensuring a seamless checkout process, and reaching our audience. Shopify stepped in and made everything so straightforward and efficient. It was like having an entire team of experts by our side, allowing us to focus on creating content and connecting with you. What I love about Shopify is, no matter how big you intend to grow your business, they give you everything you need to take control and take your business to the next level. And to say thank you for listening to this podcast, we're giving you a trial, which is just $1 a month.
Blah, 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 blah.
By
Shut
going
up.
to shopify.com/Bartlett. The link is in the description below. could you be predisposed genetically to cancer?
Yeah, that's why those germline mutations, but you can manage that.
Because people think, my grandmother had breast cancer, my mother had breast cancer, so,
They live in a common environment too. It's not like in order to prove that, you and all the siblings would have to be raised in a different environment, different countries, different lifestyles, and then see if you all got cancer at the same time under all these different conditions. That's definitely genetic. That's like Huntington's disease, Tay-Sachs disease, or these kinds of things, where they'll manifest regardless of the environment.
So you're saying to me that I should, as a 32-year-old man that's cancer-free, God willing, thank God, touch wood, I should calorie restrict myself to keep my mitochondria healthy and my metabolism healthy now. I should be in a sort of calorie restricted state.
I say it's good to visit the state. Our Paleolithic ancestors had no choice. There wasn't a donut shop on every corner. There wasn't pizzas. There weren't the kinds of highly processed carbohydrate foods available to them.
So should I be fasting? Should I be doing keto?
I don't want to tell you what you should or should not do. I'm not a physician here. I'm a scientist. I study what causes these things, and I study how to manage them. You have to read what I'm saying, and you have to come to your own decisions about how you want to conduct your life. I've given you information.
What's your view on fasting?
Fasting is a powerful way to get your body into nutritional ketosis, but it ain't easy. Try doing it. Try doing it. See how easy it is. It ain't easy, right? But that's why we developed this procedure where if you go, rather than say, oh, today I'm going to have I'm going to eat as much as I can, and then tomorrow, okay, you can go it's the second, third days when you start to really know what the hell's going on. Believe me, I've tried it. It ain't easy. That's why we developed a zero carb diet for 14 days, 10 to 14 days. Just zero. You eat meat, fish, chicken, whatever you want, but just don't eat any bread, pasta, this kind of thing.
On keto, how do we get into that sort of ketosis state that people often talk about?
Measure your glucose ketone index.
How do I do that?
With the Keto Mojo meter. You can buy it from Amazon.
Okay.
Okay, you can buy. Now, don't forget, they get a free Libra meter now for the blood. They're working on ketone blood meters, but it's not there yet. Right now, the Keto Mojo or some other keto meters, where you can prick your finger like a diabetic, you take a glucose strip and you put it on the blood and you put it into the machine. It tells you what your glucose is. Squeeze your finger a little bit more, take the ketone strip, touch it to the blood, put it in the meter. It gives you the ketone value. Push the button, GKI comes right up.
Cool.
Okay, very simple. Everybody can buy it from Amazon, get the meter, buy the
Keto Mojo.
and then they can test it. This is what all the cancer patients, the ones who really want to get into metabolic ketosis.
I think I've tried keto before, and I say think because I didn't measure my ketone levels, so I was assuming I did.
Yeah, no, it's really, people say, well, I haven't eaten, I'm in ketosis. How do you know? Well, I blew into this thing and the bulb came out, I peed on a strip, it looked like it was ketosis. They are indirect measures. The most accurate is the blood measure. So
it's hard to stay in that state for most people, right? This is one of the things
because the temptations in our society are so strong.
Yeah.
I mean, Paleolithic man had no choice. Do you think that was his state? That's all he knew for thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. That's all he knew. He didn't say, let me go down to get a big jelly-filled donut down at the end of the river there. No, there's none of that. He had to live in that state. Now we have so many temptations, all the things that we are biologically geared for. When you see obesity, that's evolution in action. They are the descendants of our long ancestors that could hold on to energy so efficiently. We were an energy-starved species for the majority of our existence on the planet. So anything we ate would be very little waste. We never pee out glucose. Glucose is converted to fat, and we store energy as fat. So those guys are energy-efficient human beings. Now all of a sudden we find ourselves with everything. And that's evolution in action, man. You're allowing to see how we can store energy so efficiently because our ancestors lived through such environmental forcing. We had famines, we had long treks, our body could store energy so efficiently because we had to store what little we could get from the environment.
And now you've got 300 million Americans in this food environment where when they walk out their front door, they see the Dunkin' Donut. They can lie in bed and order a Dunkin' Donut to their front door in 10 minutes.
You don't even have to unask the car. They hand it through the window.
Yeah.
No energy expenditure, energy in.
So giving them this information might be fairly futile because the temptation.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not here to tell people, I'm not here to tell people what they should or should not do. I'm just here to explain, why do we have all this? Not mystery. It's all biological evolution. You understand biological evolution. Almost everything that I'm talking about makes perfect sense. And unfortunately, that's not part of our scientific literacy anymore.
So we need what? Discipline?
Discipline is important. Every major religion had a point of fasting. To be, whether you're Islamic, Judaism, or whatever, Catholicism, Hinduism, whatever. They always had some sort of fasting. Why you do fasting? Because you want to purify your body. You want to become closer to God. You want to feel in control. And that's always part. And if you do it with prayer, it's even better. So there was a reason for doing all that. And people realized, the ancients knew this kind of thing, but we don't do that anymore. We don't go 40 days without food like Jesus did in the deserts. But a human being, you could absolutely do that. I know because I can look at your weight, I can look at your size, and I can pretty much tell you how long you can go before you died. And how do I know that? because George Cahill, a good friend, late George Cahill, ran the Joslin Diabetes Center, and he evaluated people that would just go water-only fasting until death, and some of those Maze prison camps and things. So he was able to know how long you could go. Now, what about Angus Barberi went 377 days without food. George Cahill would fast some of these obese people for 250, 300 days.
What happens inside their body with
They're burning fat. So what happens is you burn fat. Okay, liver stores a lot of bones store the minerals. You can get minerals from your bones. You can get a lot of fat storage. Vitamins are stored in fat. A lot of vitamin D.
Outside of the weight loss, what's going on in, we said religious people used to fast to get closer to God, which seems to me to point to some sort of cognitive change.
Yes, and that's from burning ketones.
Okay.
When you burn ketones, I said in the brain, when your brain starts shifting to ketones, your energy, the bang for the buck for each calorie that comes in from a ketone body increases the efficiency of oxidative phosphorylation.
So you're more focused?
Oh, massively. And this is...
What's going on in, we said religious people used to fast to get closer to God, which seems to me to point to some sort of cognitive change.
Yes, and that's from burning ketones.
Okay.
When you burn ketones, I said in the brain, when your brain starts shifting to ketones, your energy, the bang for the buck for each calorie that comes in from a ketone body increases the efficiency of oxidative phosphorylation.
So you're more focused?
Oh, massively. And this is why our ancestors were the way that if you are dependent on killing some animal for your survival, and you are out on the hunt, you are focused. Because if you're not focused, you're going to starve to death. So every sense organ in our body is super jacked when you're in these ketotic states. So, and these guys walking around with headphones, listening to, all this. I mean, this is like depriving ourselves of the natural ways of our ancestry. Don't forget, you and I are not just here over the last, 100, 300, 400 years. We are the descendants of members that are same as us, hundreds of thousands of years ago. They just didn't have the technology that we have today. But if you could put a Paleolithic man from, say, 500,000 years ago, and you gave him a bunch of donuts and told him, he would die and went to heaven. You mean to tell me I don't have to go out and kill the elk anymore? They're going to hand me the food right through the window. Of course he's going to do that. You go in the cave and you throw a bunch of jelly-filled donuts into a bunch of cavemen who've been chewing on the half-eaten rat or something. You think they're not going to eat those jelly donuts? They have some chimpanzees live with a family down in Florida. I know there's some YouTube thing. The chimps, they're eating the food with the family, and then they give jelly sandwiches to the chimps. They're banging on the table. You think they were going to go crazy. The chimpanzees loving the jelly sandwiches.
Do you have kids?
Yes.
What advice would you give to your children if they're listening to this now about how to prevent their chance of getting sick from cancer or these other
Well, they probably say, well, Dad, how come you don't do a lot of the things? First of all, I told you, I don't tell anybody what to do or how they do it. I'm just telling you the science behind why things work. My children, my two sons, and they're all very, very successful. And they said if we ever got cancer, we would be doing the metabolic therapy if we were to ever get cancer. And I said, just keep exercise and do what you can do the best you can in our environment. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm eating a jelly donut. I'm drinking beer. I'm drinking whiskey.
Why?
Because I like it. But I'm not going to be doing it all the time. It's just I'm not going to be saying, I'm going to eat pizza, sure, but I'm not going to be not doing it. I do intermittent fasting. I don't eat for 18, 20 hours at a time. I do a lot of exercise over at the university, the gym and the facilities that we have. But I understand. And then if I were to get cancer, I would have to bite the bullet and do what I know works, as much as it wouldn't be pleasurable. But it would be certainly a better alternative than being irradiated and poisoned. I'm telling you that.
If that has built your conviction to the point that you're so convinced that the real issue is this sort of metabolic dysfunction, why aren't you optimizing your life to be sort of metabolically perfect?
Well, because I live in the same society you do.
Yeah.
Okay. And fortunately, yes, our technology has improved significantly. I'm not a monk. I'm not going to be in some monastery, chanting something. I am a member of the society just as you are, and I enjoy the things that we have to offer us to make our lives a little bit more pleasurable. There's nothing like sitting down over a nice meal and having a discussion with some wine and enjoying it. Enjoy the moment, but not to be locked into that kind of diet and lifestyle all the time. Puts you at risk.
There's an election going on in the United States at the moment, Trump versus Kamala Harris. If you won the election, and you became president of the United States and you had to introduce some regulations or some laws around food and all of these kinds of things, what would you do?
Well, I think, you were talking about a food industry, you're talking about a multi-dimensional economy. I would not, again, you don't want government to tell you what you should do. You should make the choices, but you have to recognize, are there choices, and what are these choices? Right now, we're not seeing or understanding how things harm people. If we have an obesity epidemic, and that would put you at risk for all these horrific chronic diseases, why do they not know that?
We introduced some regulation in the UK regarding smoking, so you can't smoke inside anymore.
Well, but you see, your secondhand smoke could impact negatively the person sitting next to you. This obese person's personal choice to be obese is not going to make you obese or sick. So this is a different kind of a situation. That has to come from internal to the person, and they have to be concerned with their own health.
What about drugs, though? Like cocaine is not legal, so why can't they intervene to say you can't have Dunkin' Donuts? Because they're both, going to harm the individual.
I think you get a revolution if you can't eat a Dunkin' Donut. You are not going to get a revolution if you can't have cocaine. You try to go down here in Brooklyn and take away all these donuts from people. You're going to see they're going to go. It's like it's personal choices. I like Dunkin' Donut. I mean, I like the coffee especially, but you can go to a donut shop and get some of these crullers and jelly fills and honey dipped. Are you kidding me? These things are delicious. You ever get these blueberry muffins? You tremble when you eat some of this stuff. And I'm not going to take that away from me. But if I want one, I'm not going to be every day I got to eat it. No, I just don't eat it. On the weekend I might get one, and even sometimes 2 or 3 weeks, months go by before I'll get one. But when you get it, man, you enjoy it. You really love it.
Are you hopeful?
I am very hopeful, because when the science comes, you can't suppress the truth. It's going to come out. The evidence, the scientific evidence is there. I'm documenting this scientific, and it's based on the shoulders of Otto Warburg. Are you kidding me? I mean, this was a giant in the field of biochemistry. It's not like I made this stuff up. I'm just extending what he has done to a new dimension and putting it into a practical application, which he had never done. So it's just an extension of the knowledge base over this time.
Why do you care so much?
Why do I care so much? I'm not in it for the money. You know what I'm in it for? I want to see the scientific principles substantiated. If you know that you can keep these people alive at a higher quality of life based on the knowledge of the science that's doing that, that's gratification, man. It's gratification to know that because you were right on understanding the mechanism of the problem. And if you say, if we do it the way we're writing a big treatment protocol as we speak, it's under review, a really comprehensive treatment protocol, and we institute that in the clinic. And for glioblastoma patients and these advanced cancers, they're not living a few extra months; they're living several years longer. Why? Because you knew the science. What's wrong with that? That's gratification. You don't have to make $1 billion on that. All you have to know is that all those folks are living longer because you understood the science that was put into practical application. What's wrong? Our research is supported by philanthropy and private foundations. That money allows me to do these experiments, to test what I'm testing on preclinical models, and then we translate it back into the clinic directly. And we see, like Pablo Kelly, he should have been done years and years ago. He lived all those years extra. He's had a wife and he's got kids. He didn't have to have his sperm frozen. He didn't have to have any of that stuff done. What's wrong with that? I'm seeing people that should have been dead a long time ago and they're still alive, and they're saying, I'm doing fine. I get calls from people, geez, I thought that guy would have been a goner. He's still alive. He's doing well. I said, that keeps me going, because it tells me that we're on the right path. This is a solvable problem. This cancer can be dropped significantly. You can take away the fear. People now put it on their shoulders. I know what to do, how to do it. I'm going to follow this. Will it work for everybody? No. Well, it'll help a lot of people, much more than what we have today. But it's paradigm change, massive paradigm change. So they will come to know. It's just a matter of time. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I ain't going anywhere. I'm continuing to do this. I'm going to get better and better results, and we're going to keep pushing. I publish these case reports in the scientific literature. Let the scientific field make their decision on the results from these papers.
And if you want to succeed, what happens?
People improve. I'm not going to live forever. But I know that what I've done with following Otto Warburg and cleaning up the misconceptions and misunderstanding of why he was stalled when the field ran off chasing genes, we got to bring it back on track. It's a metabolic problem with metabolic solutions. So that will help a lot of people. But it's also going to change a lot of way people are thinking about this. But I can tell you, they want to open clinics. I get calls from Asia, Africa, South America. They want to open clinics. People are being brutalized by a system that's not working. Don't forget, besides the terrible financial, the personal, physical toxicity, people are going bankrupt. Their marriages are falling apart because they can't pay for the expensive drugs on these cancer things. And they die and the bills are passed on to their loved. This is immoral stuff.
Is there a particular case study that's broken your heart more than any others?
Trudy DuPont, who originally we built the glucose ketone index calculator on her. Pablo we're still devastated by Pablo's loss, because Pablo was a guy that I've known for 10 years, worked him through, and then all of a sudden he gets a cerebral hemorrhage and dies. He was our poster child for how long you could live with a glioblastoma on metabolic therapy, but he didn't die from the cancer. There's some others that we wish they could have lived a little bit longer with appropriate help. What I find is that sometimes within the family, there's a lot of, the guy, I really want to do what you're doing, but my wife and kids say I'm foolish to do that. So it's still we're in a very early stage of this. We haven't really worked it out into an effective standard yet. It will come. So people, and the other members of the family get super healthy. When they all work together and they do it, everybody says, I never felt so healthy in my life. Guy Tannenbaum had advanced prostate cancer. He wrote a book and he's on the web, and he had hypertension, high blood pressure, overweight, more obesity, everything. And then he does several 18-day water-only fasts, got himself. Everything, all these things went away. His diabetes went away, his hypertension, high blood pressure, and the cancer can't be found. So is he cured? I have no idea. But he's managed? Yes, he's managed, and he's healthier. So what's wrong with that? Isn't that ultimately what medicine wants to do? Keep people alive longer and a healthier quality of life? Yeah. How many more do we need? They say, oh, that's a fluke, that's a fluke, that's a fluke, that's a fluke, that's a fluke. How many damn flukes do you want?
If there's someone listening now, and I'm sure there's going to be many thousands and tens of thousands of people listening that are currently battling cancer, have early stage diagnoses.
I know. I feel bad about this because people say, oh, I want to do metabolic therapy. Where can I go? And they go to their local hospital and get slapped down. There's no evidence. Everything that should come out of my mouth has never been taught to me in medical school.
So what do you say to those people?
I say, I'm sorry that the medical establishment has not come to recognize what I'm saying. And then I tell them, right, the change has to be coming from the people. It ain't going to come from the top medical schools. They are doing what they're doing. The status quo is very profitable. The status quo is very effective for these people, but it's not helping the cancer patient as well as it can. And don't forget, we're not throwing out all this stuff. We're just asking people to know how to use the tools we have in a better way. We don't have to throw out immunotherapies, radiation. We don't have to throw out toxic poisons. We just have to know better how to use it when the patient is in this new state. And the data will prove it. But who's going to do that? Who's going to do that? The doctor says, I'd love to do this, but I'm going to lose my license if I do it. What's going on with that? They wrote the standard of care as if it were in granite. It can't be changed. No, it should be flexible. When new evidence comes up, I don't believe your evidence. What number do you not believe? What piece of science do you not believe on this? Well, I haven't read it. You can't be right when 99% of the world says it's this way and you're saying it's something different. That's confirmation bias. You're not looking at the numbers. And then when they get cancer, they come to you, hey, what can you do for me? It's like that. But yes, it has to change. It will change because we're on the momentum to move it. People are coming to know this. And once the change happens, it's going to be like a major change. And people are going to have to just readjust.
Thomas, we have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're going to be leaving it for. And the question that's been left for you is, imagine the end of your life. Your closest friends and family are at your funeral. What do you imagine or hope they say about you?
He changed the course of cancer treatment for the world. That's it.
Dr. Thomas Seyfried. That is exactly what you're doing. And I think that's an extremely, I can't even find a word that describes the profundity of such a mission, because so many people are struggling with cancer as if it is this sort of opaque black box of a disease that strikes us at random and picks on people like roulette and debilitates their lives out of the blue. And having more information out there about the root causes of these issues turns the lights on and allows us to go in search of better solutions to what has always been a really, really complex, hard to understand disease. Your work runs almost entirely, I believe, on philanthropic donations, right?
That's right.
So that people that...
They make donations to both my university, Boston College, which is a Jesuit university in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. And we follow the Jesuit philosophy of service to others predominantly, and private foundations.
So if someone wants to make a donation, where do they go? Do they go to your website? I know there's a donation button there.
They go primarily to our university. They can just, they have on my university biology webpage, there's a donation button. And Travis Christofferson's Foundation for Metabolic Cancer Therapies, which is a 503 foundation, he supports our research through philanthropic donations to his foundation.
I would urge anyone that wants to support your mission to go to your university website. There's a donation button there, which I saw it earlier on. Click that button, and they can make a donation if they...
That's right. And Travis Christofferson's foundation, okay, which is the Foundation for Cancer Metabolic Therapies. It's a 503 foundation, Travis Christofferson's. When people email me, I send them the links to those foundations. I cannot accept personally any money from anybody. Okay, that's one thing. That's one thing. I'm not here. So people say, oh, I want to give you money to do it. No, I can't. You have to give it to the university. It comes through me through the appropriate channels to support my research through the university.
Dr. Thomas Seyfried, thank you so much for your time today. And I'm hugely inspired and enlightened by everything we've discussed. And I think there's a bunch of very straightforward practical things I'll be implementing in my life, specifically buying one of those bloody machines so that I can keep on in my GK index.
Yeah, GKI.
GKI index.
Yeah, glucose ketone index. Well, listen, thank you very much for having me here because your programs and others alert people to know that there are alternatives, effective alternatives. And once the system changes, the outcomes will not be so bleak as we currently have them today.
Isn't this cool? Every single conversation I have here on the Diary of a CEO, at the very end of it, you'll know I asked the guest to leave a question in the Diary of a CEO. And what we've done is we turned every single question written in the Diary of a CEO into these conversation cards that you can play at home. So you've got every guest we've ever had, their question, and on the back of it, if you scan that QR code, you get to watch the person who answered that question. We're finally revealing all of the questions and the people that answered the question. The brand new version 2 updated conversation cards are out right now at theconversationcards.com. They've sold out twice instantaneously, so if you are interested in getting hold of some limited edition conversation cards, I really, really recommend acting quickly.
Oh, one more. See.
We get here. How did we get here? How did we get here?
What in the Alice in Wonderland nightmares is going on right now?
All I can say is how fucking dare you?
If you voted for that man, if you voted for anybody other than Kamala and you live in one of the states that it was, you know, close, or if you didn't vote, fuck you.
I chose family, I chose women, I chose America. I love you.
How the fuck is this still happening? All I've ever known politically is hatred.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done with you and your mother and your sister. I'm just done with all of this.
This is the best one.
I'm sorry to all my friends who are Trump supporters. But you don't understand how scared of this man I am.
If this guy does end up winning again, all of the people who voted for him will be like happy and they'll just be celebrating. And everyone else, everyone who feels threatened by him is fucking scared. Like we're scared for our lives, we're scared for our friends.
How dare you put this man into office for another 4 years, knowing damn well what it means for our country, what it means for us as a people.
To know that there is that much ignorance and that much hate in this country, it's so terrifying.
Very terrifying.
How the fuck are we back in this same situation again? Who the fuck is voting for him? Genuinely.
Fuck you. I don't want to hear about how shitty your life gets under his policies. Live with that decision. Sit with it. Let it make you uncomfortable. Fuck you.
No.
But Jesus Christ is my savior. Donald Trump is my president. Jesus Christ is my savior. But Donald Trump is my president. But Jesus Christ is our savior. Donald Trump is my president.
Oh, what the fuck? This guy's so right, though. He's so right. Brainwashing at its best. Linker Tränenfaden. The fuck is this shit? Dann bleibt das hängen. What? Grotesk geplant. Lauterbach eigentlich schon hier tot. Ja. Was?
Einen neuen Aufbruch zu. Olaf Scholz hat leider gezeigt, dass er nicht die Kraft hat, unserem Land einen neuen Aufbruch zu ermöglichen. Stattdessen hat der Bundeskanzler seit heute Nachmittag ultimativ von mir verlangt, die Schuldenbremse des Grundgesetzes auszusetzen. Dem konnte ich nicht zustimmen, weil ich damit meinen Amtseid verletzt hätte. Deshalb hat der Bundeskanzler in der Sitzung des Koalitionsausschusses am heutigen Abend die Zusammenarbeit mit mir und der FDP aufgekündigt. Sein genau vorbereitetes Statement vom heutigen Abend belegt, dass es Olaf Scholz längst nicht mehr um eine für alle tragfähige Einigung ging, sondern um einen kalkulierten Bruch dieser Koalition. Olaf Scholz hat leider gezeigt.
Okay, interesting.
Betrieben sichert. Drittens, wir führen eine Investitionsprämie ein und verbessern noch einmal die steuerlichen Abschreibungsmöglichkeiten, damit Unternehmen jetzt in den Standort Deutschland investieren. Und viertens, wir erhöhen unsere Unterstützung für die Ukraine, ein ganz Finanzangebot zum Wohle unseres Landes, der Bundesregierung.
Could I check grass? What do you mean? The token? What you want to buy here? What do you want to check? What do you want me to check, sir? It's going up. What do you want me to say? I'm not buying this. If you wanna know if you should buy this, don't do it. You know what's a real joke? I don't think I got anything out of the airdrop because I haven't linked my my wallet in time. I didn't really care because it was like, I don't know, $50 airdrop that I got or something, right? But still, it's a fucking joke. Fuck this project. Denied my airdrop because I did not link my wallet in time. I was farming this shit for over half a year, and they denied my airdrop basically. No, I would never buy this because it's gonna go to 0. I can show you how this will look in a year. Let me show you how this will look in a year. It will look like this. Wait, where's the fucking start? This is how this token will look like. So if you have an airdrop, I would probably sell here. There is nothing sustainable about this. It's just you farm this token through the browser. Yeah. I will say the can you find on YouTube the and 0 mean
amount of coins that are locked, staked, whatever the fuck's going on, that would be the fully. But obviously the real one is not. So the market cap is $2.168 trillion. And now oh! Oh! It went to 0!
Does anyone know what happened to this guy?
There we go. Squid Games. Sayonara, motherfucker. Oh, good lord. Holy shit. You seen it live, baby. You seen it live. A goddamn rock pool, baby. Shit. A live rocking. Wow. Wow, holy fucking moly, man.
1.5 million views.
What the fuck happened?
What happened with the den, by the way? Is it still alive? Ah. Why is Grubby playing Portal?
We'll open this door. And
now you are thinking with portals. Damn, I love this game. It was so good.
And this. This elevator will start moving when this one receives its bullet. But how the frack do I get here? I mean, I could just try to press it, right? Lamau.
Lamau. The fuck is the bazaar? Tier list for Settlers relaunch? What? Relaunch? What the fuck? Relaunch.
Practice run time. I don't want to do practice right now. What else did it do? Can I
A
stop?
what? Ah, it's lagging.
Practice runs, they suck. 22 hours, guys.
Fop Gunner, level 99. Everything is lagging.
YouTube stall? What YouTube videos? Is there any good videos to watch for the relaunch?
What the fuck? I have no clue. I have no idea what's going on. Tokyo Game Show. Mention. For after many days of internal discussions, we made the decision to not launch an expansion proposal this year. We are looking to announce this new league in early, I think like, but we have to remain flexible with the windows, releasing an entire new project and kind of this means it will be extended. Join the Settlers of Kogo event. Brian, wait, in November we're launching a fresh version. Ooh, would run in parallel with the ongoing Settlers League. Participating in this event, you'll be able to play the Settlers League in standard, hardcore, solo self-found, and solo self-found hardcore with a fresh economy and a ladder reset. Reaching level 50 in any version of the event, you will earn one guaranteed Settlers Mystery Box per account. The Settlers Challenge also available in the event to do so. We've edited this. Include solo self-found and hardcore leagues. In this event, monsters in every area are affected by a pool of mods which you will be able to manipulate upon entering the area. Oh, nice! Lantern stuff. That's like in Necropolis League. Unlike Necropolis League though, these mods will only be rewarding, like in this example. Very cool. Ooh, I kinda wanna play. Sounds fun. Duxy, you wanna play with me? Log in. No crafting. Yeah, they fucking delayed it. You know why they delayed it, Dax? They delayed it because of the fucking microtransaction bullshit and because they want to implement everything that is in one. They want to implement everything in two. And they have yeah, they have problems with their back end. It's so fucking annoying. Could be a sick daily, sick weekly close, huh? The Nasdaq new all-time high. Pretty nice. I do have some orders here on Euro. Like if this comes down on the next daily and then flips long. I don't even know if I hit that that threshold, Dax. I might or might not. Let's see. Is there a way to look this up? Oh, I'm not logged in. Shit, never mind. Tia. Wow, that was a big nuke, huh? Big nuke. But also big upsides. Oh. 2 billion minted at the treasury. What the fuck? Tia at 20. You landed with your back on a steel frame. What the fuck? Do you have a video? Hillis? Can you send me a video? I want to see it. What? Where the fuck did you do the front flip? Oh, dude. I hope you're okay.
Just listen to what Kamala Harris had to say last week, because when two college students, religious college students, shouting from the background, "Jesus is Lord," and Kamala Harris ridiculed them, mocked them, and told them they were, quote, "You're at the wrong rally." It's very destructive to religion. She is your worst nightmare. In our movement, we love Christians, we welcome believers, and we embrace followers of Jesus. I say these words to you.
Lol.
I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you.
Man, why is Maru so fucking funny? Oh man. You have a video? I want to see it. You know what the worst thing that I saw happened back then in our old gym? Like I had a trainer colleague, right? And he wanted to show off to some kids. He had like a course or like a birthday party, and he wanted to show off. And he can usually easily double back, right, on the big trampoline on the Euro tramp. And he was doing like some flips in front and some Baranis and stuff. And then he wanted to double back out of it. And he did it, he wanted to do it into the form pit, right? And he landed, like he didn't do it backwards enough, right? So he landed with his shins on like the metal thing of the trampoline. And it like completely cut open his like it didn't break, like his legs didn't break, but it was like completely cut open, like really really deep, and you could see the bones. And before that, I was about to tell him, dude, don't you want to put a mat there, right? But because that's exactly why I always put mats on the edge. But he didn't do that. He was just like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna show off, and yeah, it looked so fucking brutal. And it must have had hurt like a motherfucker, and he needed stitches for that as well. training for Ninja Warrior. Why does everyone who does a little gymnastics for fun be training for Ninja Warrior? Do I do Ninja Warrior? Lol. Like, guys, I think I have streamed for enough for today, right? I'm gonna come back tomorrow. I might enter TIA. If TIA gives me a dip, I might enter this and look at some other altcoins that have like nice daily closes and come from deep lows. Maybe Pith. How's this looking? And it should be a coin that has not gone through multiple cycles. It has to be, yeah, this looks okay too. Like one cycle, and then there's like maybe midway to TP. But yeah, stuff that can pull like 100%, roughly. But yeah, first I also want to see if Bitcoin can hold this. Maybe we got a big problem and a big nuke tomorrow. Who the fuck knows? Everything's possible. Jesus, Hillis, Jesus. Have I sent you my newest video? Wait, where are you? Wait, I'm just gonna send you my new video. I was in the tramp park. With a costume. Was Halloween party. It was the first time I did dub again in ages. Well, ignore the text, I was just forwarding it. Yeah, double full. But it was like the this is like the 5 meters times 5 meters tramp. It's very bouncy. It was fairly easy to do. The fuck is this guy? Eh. What the fuck? What? Boing. All right, good night, Hillis. Get better soon. Alright, anyways, guys, I'm gonna come back.